All right. What is up, everyone? Buzzy, I see you in there. Actually, Buzz, I'm going to have you hang out in there because apparently it's good for the algorithm to have people stay in the box. So I'll just have you stay in there just until we get somebody to come on up. Or if it's been like 5 minutes or something. All right. The tube should be going right now. Yep. All right. They'll come on back. They're going to love this topic. This is their bread and butter. All right, guys, tap away. Tap away. I don't have to be up early tomorrow, so I don't need to go to bed early, which is great. Cannot complain about that one bit. Alrighty. All right, guys, welcome. Make sure you guys send in your heart me. I'd imagine most of you already did that during the other live, but if you didn't, make sure you go ahead and click it. I do see it's cut off a little bit. Let me shift it over. This is why I have to have a second device looking at what it sees, because what I see on my end is very different than what you guys see. It's actually kind of annoying, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Do you guys want me to flip my camera around so that's actually like the right way? I just don't like seeing myself the other way, really. Like I just feel like I don't like the way I look right now. I don't like this. This makes me feel gross. But hey, I guess we have to deal with it. We have to deal with backwards, Doug. Although once again, I suppose this is how people see me in person, but I think that's weird. Like, I don't like it that my hair is in this direct. Like, that's not how it should be. It should be the other way. And remember, guys, we are looking for opposition. And Buzzy, of course, I'll have you come on out once we get somebody that's opposition. Hey, Jay, are you opposition to this topic?
Sorry, I just you blocked out the last part, but I'll do FaceTime with you. You want to do FaceTime?
What do you mean I blocked out the last part?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said before.
Oh, I was asking if you are opposition to this topic. Like, do you disagree with what I have?
No, I don't disagree at all.
Oh, okay. I'm only just looking for debates right now. I'm looking for people
Yeah, but
that
I'll tell you,
disagree.
I'm a true Republican, and I'll tell you right now that you're wrong about what you believe in at the same time.
In,
Do I
in
disagree
relation
with
to,
your prompt? No. Do I
well,
agree with the fact that there are certain call it democratic society that you agree in? Yes. Do I agree you should obey whatever you want to believe in randomly? No.
okay, so like what specifically? Can you give me an example?
Okay. So do you think it's okay for I mean, where do you want to start?
Well,
I
I'm
want
just
to
trying to
warm you
figure out
up.
what I just don't know specifically what your issue is. I think it would be good if we narrow in on something.
So why did LGBTQ
Uh,
become evolved, and now is it why is it LGBTQAI? AA, right? Yeah, you know.
do you know what the QIA stand for?
Lesbian, gays, bisexuals, trans, queers. IA is what?
Intersex, and then A could be typically like asexual.
So why do you think there's an intersex all of a sudden?
Well, not all of a sudden. Intersex people have always existed.
Okay, so what's intersex then?
Intersex is it makes up roughly 1 to 2% of the population, which is a
I would say
significant number.
0.05% to 1%, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, regardless though, so it's people that don't fit into like the typical um, the typical traits that we have that with males and females. So they probably wouldn't have like XX or XY. It would be something else, or they would have variations of things like that that don't fit into that typical norm that we see.
So if you're
Diverse genitalia in some cases, just depending
Genitalia,
on
sure,
what's
that would
going
be
on there.
one
what
example.
what does the A stand for then? Out of curiosity.
Asexual.
Asexual. Okay. What is asexual exactly to you?
Well, not to me. Asexual is just somebody who just doesn't have sexual feelings towards anyone.
Okay, so why is that important to you to make and you got to understand that like when you're in America,
Mhm.
is it a democracy yes or no?
Yeah. Mhm. Well, we're not a.
And
It's
isn't
not
that
a. Well, it depends on the type of democracy that you're referring to. Is it a direct democracy? In some fashions, it is. In other fashions, no. It's a
true
combination.
question? Is it a statewide democracy at that point, right?
Well, again, it
Because
depends on what we're referring to. There's aspects of a direct democracy in America. There's aspects of like a democratic republic or a constitutional republic. So it
so what do you
depends.
Can I
identify
ask where
yourself
you're
as?
trying to go with this conversation? I mean, we are a democratic republic by definition, but
We're not a
also
democratic republic.
what is the point of this? The other thing is, if we're talking about like the standards of America, which would be inclusivity, because people live in this country from all walks of life, the fundamental basis of this country is
Okay,
inclusivity.
so join a meeting and join your own group.
That would be well, that is the
And join
LGBTQIA
based on the
is
That
democracy
is.
values and the people have in
the
place.
the
They are. That is the group.
LGBTQIA is an inclusive group for
Yeah.
people that identify
So
with
do that.
these to find solidarity, which
So what's
they
the
Did
issue?
anybody ever stop you from that?
Nobody is stopping them.
Did
Oh.
anybody ever stop you from that in the
Oh.
first place?
Well, hold on. There's. Are you telling me there was never any like hatred or laws or anything against like gay people or trans people or anything like that?
Agender laws is what's agender again? Because you don't want to declare
I'm
what
not.
you want to believe in,
No,
what
no,
you
I'm
want
not.
to nominate on your own
I don't
accord.
That's
understand
not
your
what he's
point.
saying.
Like, I don't
That's
understand
not
what you're
what he's
trying to
saying.
argue. Can you make your argument, please? Because you're just sort of saying things.
You made yourself up at the end of the day. You made everything up for yourself.
What did I make up for myself? What are you talking about?
Okay, so did you make up a lesbian?
Wait, are you implying that Doug is
I
a
don't.
part of the
That
LGBTQIA?
was a
I don't.
question. You
I
want to
don't
respond?
make. Hold
Are
on.
you
Hold on.
in?
I don't make up people. People exist. Did you know that?
Okay, so there's lesbians that exist, right? Let's walk
Yeah.
through it. There's trans people that exist, right?
I just want you to
And
make your argument because you have yet to make an argument.
okay,
Make an
there's
argument.
gays that exist, right? At the
Can
end of the day,
I,
Doug's
correct?
not
True.
making an
hold on,
argument.
hold
This
on.
is
I need you to
ridiculous.
make your argument. What is your argument?
Make my argument because you're afraid to actually discuss it, or is it because you just want to give an ultimatum about how to kick me out of here?
You're
No,
not
because
giving
when
a
we have
coherent
discussions,
thought.
you have to state an argument. So I'm wondering what your argument is because you just keep asking questions. It would help
It's
both
a
of us if you stated
it's
your
a made
argument.
up. It's not about biology at that point. For LGBTQ quote IA, it's not about biology. It's about how you want to self-rationalize yourself to intrude upon other people
Self-rationalize
and
yourself. That's
tell
very
everybody
redundant.
else how they should think at the end of the day.
Jay, is
Nobody's saying
sexuality
that.
linear?
I
Jay,
think you're
is
drunk, dude.
sexuality linear?
And maybe I'm
He's
wrong.
got to
Maybe
be
you can
drunk.
enlighten me. I don't know. You tell me.
Jay, is sexuality linear?
Linear. What do you mean by linear?
Is your experience with sexuality linear? Does it maintain the way that you experience sexuality in your youth? Is it the same way that you experience sexuality now at this point in your life, or have things changed?
So you're asking for a 15-year difference in how I experience sexuality, or you're asking like how I actually defer sexuality based on who you are as a person biologically? You
I'm
tell me.
talking about your experience with sexuality. From your own life experience, is sexuality linear? Do you enjoy the same things you enjoyed in your younger
Let me
years
ask you
that
this,
you
Sam.
do
What do you mean by
currently, or has
this is
things
where you fail?
changed?
Go for it. What do you mean by what is linear to you in sexuality?
Oh my God. Has there been an
Oh my
evolution?
God, you can't answer a question. Oh
She's
my God, you can't
answering it.
Go for it. I asked you a question. I answered your question. You asked me a question. I answered your question. You're right. Now I asked you a question. What do you mean
Okay.
by linear at that point?
Hold on.
I
I
was
don't want to.
answering your
Hold on.
question.
Hold on. I don't want to do this thing where you're just asking a bunch of questions and it's going nowhere. Again, I want
It
you to
doesn't make any
state.
sense. Exactly. I agree.
Can you state? You need to state your argument, your overall argument, and that way we can narrow in on it.
You're a fake group of you're a fake person
What?
that wants to self-identify and
Okay.
self-rationalize
Okay. Okay.
to intrude yourselves upon other people, but you
Okay.
have zero respect for democracy whatsoever.
Okay,
That's
great.
fine. Leave
Okay,
the
so
country.
that's
Go
your
somewhere
argument.
else.
That's your argument. Pause.
Stay here.
That's your
Good for
argument.
you.
Pause. Hey, that's your argument. Pause. So I'm a made up person. You said. What does that mean?
Yeah. So a trans, a queer, an
I'm made
IA,
up.
whatever that is, at the end of the day.
We've already went over
I
that.
can at least
Thanks for
agree with
learning.
gays and bisexuals and lesbians.
What
But
is? Oh,
come
hold on.
on, man.
Hold on.
Trans and queers, what are you doing?
What do you mean that it's made up? What is it? What does that
You
mean?
made it up on your own accord because you felt like
Me
you had a self.
specifically?
It sounds like a lot of gays. It sounds like a lot of transsexual queers had to make it up for themselves at the end of the day.
Okay,
Why else
great.
are you doing that?
Okay. Well, hold on. Okay, so you're saying transgender people don't actually exist; it's made up, right?
Oh, they do. That's what I told you earlier about 3 minutes ago, and I said it's about 0.05%, right? At the end of the day,
It's
in a
not
democracy.
0.05%. You just changed the number from what it was
Okay, so
before,
you want to
anyways.
say 2%?
Okay.
Go for it. Do whatever you want to do.
Okay, so trans people are not made up then. Why do you keep changing? Are they made up or not?
They made up their own. They made up their own discoveries about how they want to intrude upon other people. That's fine.
Okay, what are they
Be
doing to
your own
intrude upon
group,
other people?
but don't
Great.
intrude-
What are they doing to intrude upon other people?
What do you think you did? The Democratic Party that actually wanted equal representation. And
What are they
equal
doing to intrude upon other people? You made the claim.
The transgender and queer community ruined Democratic parties.
What are they?
They
What
ruined
did they
every
do?
Democratic Party.
Stop! This is not your platform to just
Why?
bitch
Because
and
I'm
moan.
right.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I'm right. My bad
What?
that I'm right.
What
Okay.
did they do to intrude upon people? Right. I'm gonna have to walk you through this like a fucking kid. What did they do to intrude upon
so
people?
You did intrude upon people. Okay. So is it okay for you to walk into any random restaurant and decide to use whatever bathroom you want? Is that okay? Is it okay for you to step
By the law?
any bathroom or anything you want to do and step in an 8-year-old's bathroom at the end of the day?
An 8-year-old
Because
doesn't.
I feel
There's
like-
no
I feel this
8-year-old.
way.
Hold on. Slow down.
maybe I feel
Slow
like this way.
down.
Girls' bathroom.
Stop getting emotional, dude. This is weird.
Not getting emotional. I'm
There's
just
no
telling you.
okay.
Go for
There's
it.
no such thing as 8-year-old bathrooms.
It's not
there are-
before you keep getting known. That's
Hold
up
on.
to you.
Okay, you're gonna have to put a muzzle on you. There's no such thing as 8-year-old restrooms, right? There
Keep
are
getting scared.
restrooms. Shush. There are restrooms for women. There are restrooms for men that we typically see, or it may say boys and girls or something like that. That's what they are. There's no 8-year-old bathrooms, okay? So if you're going to
Nobody is
argue,
talking about it.
stop it. If you're going to argue that they can't use certain restrooms, first of all, we're going to have to talk about the law, right? Whether that's legal or not. But I assume you want to talk about more of it if it's moral or not. We can have that conversation. So if you want to tell me what is immoral about a transgender woman using a women's restroom, you can tell me what's immoral about that, because I believe that's probably your view.
Use the universal bathroom at the end of the day.
Okay,
If that's
and
your,
if,
if that's your
okay,
case,
and if that place doesn't
or-
have a universal bathroom,
then do what anybody else did back in the day. Pull up on the side of the road and
use the
pump
so you want trans people to not use the restrooms. You want them to go outside and alleviate themselves.
If they
Is
want
that
to
what you
use
want?
their own gender, that's more power to them.
Okay, so again, what is the problem with a trans woman using a women's restroom?
That's not a woman. That's why you put trans in front of it.
What is the problem with a trans woman using a women's restroom? What harm is being
People
done?
don't want you there. Nobody wants you there.
Okay,
You would know. Okay, so you've likely been in the restroom with trans people before.
Not
and
likely.
you
He
did
absolutely
not
has.
know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, like, and you did not know. They have been
Of
using
course
the
you wouldn't know.
bathroom for eons. And on the opposite side of that, right? Trans people are not some sort of made up ideology. As a matter of fact, even Smittler acknowledged trans people. Because they are not some sort of made up or newfound group of people. They have always existed. Multiple cultures globally acknowledge the existence of
Let me
trans
ask you this
people.
question then.
With
He
that
didn't listen
being
to a single
stated,
thing you said. He didn't listen
he's
to a
too
single thing
drunk
you
to
said.
do so. But there
I know
is an
he's very
audience,
drunk.
So
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
Guys,
but there is an
15,000
audience.
likes, new guys. 15,000 likes, new guys. So tap away if you want a new one. We have plenty of
This
people in the request
You don't
box.
think it's complicated or something? It's not.
That was
complicated.
exactly my point earlier when you weren't listening, right? That sexuality is not linear, but also talking
What
about
does
trans
linear
people.
mean? You still haven't answered the question.
I was answering the question when you interrupted me, and
He doesn't
clearly
like
you
the
can't
answer.
keep your
He doesn't
focus.
like it.
So why should I
Go
answer?
for it. What's linear? For time. Linear. Go for it.
The evolution of your sexuality, you have changed with your sexual experiences from when you were younger till now.
So
Whether it be that there
Let
were
her
things that you
finish.
enjoyed that you no longer enjoy, or there will be things you didn't think you would enjoy that you have tried now. Sexuality is not linear. Science proves that sexuality is not linear, and it evolves, it changes over time. If there is a stagnation in your sexuality, then that is something that needs to be
let me ask you this
explored.
thing.
15,000
What
likes
is
for new
one-
guests, guys. Go ahead, man.
What is one thing that hasn't changed? What is one thing that has not changed whatsoever at all across the board for 5,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years? What is one thing that has not changed
We
as
breathe
far as your linear
oxygen.
conversation goes?
We
The
breathe
hatred people
oxygen.
have for people that are different
Hatred
from them
people
that they
have
don't
is because you're born
understand.
how you are. What are you talking about?
No, what has not
You want to be a
changed is the
vindictive
fact that
person, that's up to
can
you. Not me.
someone
That's not my
muzzle?
problem.
Yeah,
It is
dude.
my
You
problem,
don't.
and that's
You're
why you need
not
to
here
stay
for
away.
a conversation, dude. You're here to just bitch and moan. We are trying to have a conversation. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do. Let
So,
her finish, and then you can go. If you want to just platform and be performative, do your own live stream. Do your own live stream if you want to be performative. This is not for performance. Go ahead, Buzzy.
Okay, so yeah, your sexual experiences, your sexuality will evolve over time. It will change. You asked what has not changed. Quite literally, the fundamental ideology people have when people are different from them to not seek understanding and to immediately seek judgment. That has led to multiple incidents of bad things happening, and it continues to be the trajectory of the world because rather than read books to gain understanding, people make assumptions with no facts and they run with it, which causes harm. The goal in talking about the LGBTQIA community is to reduce the harm they receive from people who seek to crucify them because they don't understand their lifestyle, for lack of better words, nor do they understand their existence. And instead of seeking understanding, they decide to judge and be hateful.
So, Jay,
And
you
that is
didn't
a
hear a
problem.
single thing that she said because you were too busy trying to unmute yourself like a little fucking kid.
yeah, you'd think so, but go for it.
Did you repeat what she just said? Summarize it, please.
Which ones can have children again? Which ones actually can
Okay,
birth a
so
child?
goodbye. You didn't listen to a single thing she said. We're going to go to a new guest, guys. Guys, it's not that difficult to not be drunk on a live stream and to just state your fucking argument, okay? Again, this isn't bitch and moan hour. What's up, Jay Wood? How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good, man. I just need to know your age before we move forward, please.
No worries. I'm 43. I'm in Louisiana.
Right on, man. Okay. And what's your argument, or what do you want to speak on specifically? I assume
don't-
more or less the same topic.
I may be no, you're good. You're good. I may be completely whack, but I just don't think that the MAGA base or the Republican base hates the LGBTQ community.
Okay. Do you think they have like negative feelings towards the LGBTQ community, at least compared to people on the left?
I just generally don't. I mean, I can only go off people I know, so I can't go off other people. I mean, obviously, all my stuff's going to be anecdotal based off my experiences, right? You know what I mean?
I
I have to
understand
go
what
off of.
you're saying, but
You understand
typically,
that.
right? But like whenever this topic comes up and you see a bunch of slurs or negative things towards gay people or trans people in the comment section, it's not coming from people on the left. And
Hey, Dougie, can you do me a
my
favor?
point, what my overall point is not the rhetoric, although there's plenty of rhetoric on the right.
Sure.
That's negative. It's the policies that Trump and his administration has put forward,
Correct.
executive orders that have harmed the community, and your vote goes towards that. Rhetoric aside.
Dougie, can you do me a favor? Can you pull up the
Respect. I understand
ACLU
what you're
with the
saying.
United States map?
Yes,
I
will pull it up.
apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. Are you asking me or are you asking?
No, I was
She
asking-
wanted me to pull up
sorry.
something.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Douglas is Dougie. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry,
Jesus
man. No,
Christ.
I just
Douglas
did-
is
I just
Doug,
wanna
who
make
is
sure I
also
wasn't-
Dougie.
Okay.
And guys,
Okay, sorry.
guys, we can get
I
to a
just
new
didn't know.
guest at 30,000 likes. Okay, we have people in the request box that want to come up for this, so we'll switch at 30,000 likes. Okay. In the meantime,
Because
I'm going to
we
pull up
also
what she
have
said.
people, and this is I'm glad that you asked this question or made that statement because this is also something that people are talking about in the comment section as well, right? So when Dougie pulls up the ACLU, there is a map of the United States of America, and you can see what the laws are that specifically impact the LGBTQIA community in each state, and majority of them were recently imposed.
This is
So as you can
wild.
see-
Buzzy, look how much there has been so far in 2026.
Correct. So
That's
as you can
fucking
see,
crazy.
These are laws that were recently enacted, and you can go to each state and you can see what those laws are that specifically attack that community. So I don't have to state feelings. I don't have to have any feelings towards this demographic of people to say that they are being targeted unfairly when I have actualities at looking at laws that directly impact their existence. And all I have to do
Sure.
is pull up a map for that.
Would you keep that on the screen for a minute? Only
Yep.
because so I can zoom into it. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
only
yeah.
reason.
And,
That's
and
literally the only reason.
okay, and we could go state by state. I think the overall point here is that obviously Democrats aren't putting forward these anti-LGBT plus bills. Many of them are targeted towards trans people, as you would imagine. But Trump himself has put forward numerous executive orders targeting mostly specifically trans people. And as I said, the vote goes towards it. That's why I believe MAGA's
Sure,
hateful
I
towards
think
everything.
I think I have it's probably a very unpopular opinion.
Mhm.
Okay. I think it's been pushed so far one way that you're getting pushed back from another way.
Okay.
Not saying any way's right. Okay, and this is me just being honest. But I think it's getting pushed so far the other way. It's getting pushed back from the other side. When if it was just left alone,
Yeah.
this is my opinion,
Okay.
not stating anything fact. Okay.
Well, as a younger millennial, I would like to understand where you think the push has come from, right? Because as a younger millennial, there's never been at least a push that I can see. And even living in a conservative state, growing up in the hell state of Florida, right? We had the Gay Straight Alliance in my high school just so
Sure.
that people in the LGBTQ community could connect with people that were not a part of the community to have a sense of normalcy in effort to not let them feel ostracized, right? So I don't know about a push when there's decades and decades worth of evidence of people in these communities being harmed and ostracized merely for their existence. Hell, movies have been written about it, documentaries have been made about it, and now we're seeing that in this country alone, 400 plus laws impact that specific group of people.
I do want to state
Go
it
ahead,
was
host.
being
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it was being left alone for the longest time. People used whatever restrooms they wanted, including trans people. Nobody gave a shit. It was being left alone. Trans people existed. It was the Republicans, specifically Trump, who was very, very good at politicizing the issue because it hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Because it got people all riled up and it got people to vote for him. They were being left alone. It was Trump and Republicans that made it an issue. We're not advocating for anything, whatever that you're saying. We just want them to have their rights, be left alone. That's it, as it was.
As a matter of fact, prior to this time, the majority of which they were talked about is when we were facing the issue of their right to get married.
Yeah, and I don't have. I mean, I can only speak for myself. I mean, obviously, I have no issues with that at all. I have no issues with any of the things that anybody wants to live the way they want to live. Like that. But, I mean that honestly. Like.
But I guess the issue, for example, like the restroom thing seems to be a really big one. When again, nobody gave a shit whoever used what restroom.
And that's cool. We can talk about that because I would like to talk about that from somebody from the opposite opinion. With
Sure.
respect, I would.
Okay, so I would imagine you believe trans women should not be going into the women's restroom, right? Because you don't believe they're women. I would assume is your argument, or
You're correct.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Personally,
It-
Personally, as a woman, I don't care who uses the bathroom, to be honest. Being in multiple spaces of different circumstances. As a woman, I don't care who uses the bathroom.
Is your
I
argument
respect
though?
that, and I'm actually on the fence on a lot of it.
I just want to make it clear. So is your argument that because they're not women, they shouldn't be using it, or because there's some harm that's going to be done with trans women using a women's restroom, that they're going to harm people or something like that?
No, that's a good question. No, that's a good question. That's something that.
Because if you believe it,
I need to come to terms with. I'm being honest about this. That's
Okay.
something that because you ask a really good question. If you're just asking me straight on,
yeah, I'm just.
I don't think they. I don't. No, you're good. You're good. And if I use any language that's not appropriate, just shut me down, okay?
Okay,
Because
will do, for
I'm
sure.
gonna try to use appropriate language.
No, you're good. You're
I'm
good.
gonna try to use appropriate language, but I don't. You know what I mean?
Okay. You're okay.
How that stuff
Yeah, you
works.
can keep talking. I can hear you. You can
So,
keep talking.
Okay. If somebody's not that of appropriate, if somebody's going to in a bathroom and they're not were born of that biology, I'll just take it that way. I do see an issue, but I have a lot of exceptions where I don't think it's a big deal at all.
I mean, personally, in your lifetime, you have used a bathroom with a trans person and didn't know it. On the opposite side of that, when everybody talks about this, people only talk about women's bathrooms specifically, which is kind of asinine to me because trans men exist too, and trans men go to the men's bathroom. On the opposite side of that, there are stalls in the bathroom, and I think in most cases, men's bathroom have stalls and the urinals as well, right? So there are options within that. And you're just going in there to do your business, wash your hands, and come on out. On the opposite side of that, the reason why I can confidently say that I don't give a damn who goes to the bathroom is because, like, going out with friends to concerts and on trips, right? Maybe the rest of
Sure.
the friend group was single and the one friend had a boyfriend that was tagging along for girls' night, whatever the case may be. And in true fashion, he was a walking purse ornament that was holding everybody's bags, but he was singing along and there for the vibes. In some cases,
Sure.
they would come to the restroom with us, holding the bags, holding the drinks, and just kind of being in there. And other women that walked in never said anything to these gentlemen, other than the fact they thought it was sweet of them to be in there holding things. Why? Because they're not in there bothering anything. They are just kind of standing there. Now, would that be the same experience for all women? I can't say that, right? I can only speak from my experiences, and then I can look at what women are saying, and I can say that in the majority of women that I have encountered, they also do not have an issue with trans women using the restroom with them because there is privacy within the bathrooms once you are in there. And for some reason, whenever this fact is brought up, people say, but the kids. Personally, for me as a child, I was never sent to the bathroom by myself. Whether I was with my mother or my father, somebody was in the bathroom with me or right outside the door, right? And I think that if you as a parent are worried about your children using public spaces without you being in attendance, then that is a signifier that you should not be allowing your kid to go places alone where you feel like there is a risk.
Guys, keep tapping,
I
please.
agree
Let's try to
with
get to
I agree with
likes on
pretty
up.
much. No,
Go
I
ahead, sir.
agree with pretty much 95% of what you just said. Like, I don't have any arguments with majority of that, especially the last part. Especially the last part because we have to teach our kids certain things, and when we send them out to do things, to go into restrooms at public places, right when they get of age, like when we feel they're of age, it's our job as parents to make sure that they're ready for that, if you will.
For sure.
That's the only way I know to put it. So
Yeah.
For sure. And I don't think there's really an age limit on that, right? Like if you notice that your child is prone to talking to strangers and they're 10, 11 years old, then maybe don't send that child to the restroom by themselves.
I agree completely because I have nieces and nephews that are more talkative than me. So I know what you mean. Some people are more talkative than other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that.
Cool.
The only problems I've had with it, and I will say this, and I'll let y'all go on with somebody else. I don't care about any of it. The only problems I have is when I have a scientific issue with it. Okay,
Like that
it can be
trans
me
men
being
are
wrong,
men
maybe
and trans women are
Like,
women.
right.
Is that it?
right. Like maybe I'm wrong for that,
Okay.
but you have to understand that I don't think anybody should be ostracized for it. Anybody that I know that wants to be called by what they asked me to call them by, I'm going to call them by that.
Yeah.
I think the answer to your
Well, I think that's good that you do that because there's a lot of people who are like purposefully, like they're purposely like being hateful towards them. Like they will go out of their way just to like misgender them, and it's just like even if you don't believe it, like don't you just want to be a decent enough person just to not treat people bad? That's going to affect them negatively. But yeah, I think we can have
And
the conversation if you don't think trans men are men,
and
vice
your
versa.
science concerns are in the name. Whatever concerns you have about it with science, it is in the name. It is in trans men. It is in trans women. It is quite literally in the name of how they identify. Right, like it's right there.
So
Uh,
let me ask
Sure,
you.
and like the host said, though, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead. You're good.
let me ask
You're
you a
good. I was just gonna
question.
say something. Go
So you don't think trans men are men? What is it that cis men, right? Cis men are just not trans men. What is it that they all have that excludes trans men from being into that category of men? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just wondering because that's your argument that
No,
trans
no,
men are
no.
not
And
men.
I'll answer as best I can.
That's all
Like
you can do.
without
That's fine.
trap, I'll just
And I'm not trying to
tell you how
trap
I
you. I'm
feel.
just generally because this has
I
been a
know,
very good
I'm just
faith.
it's
It's been a very good faith conversation. So I'm
it,
not trying to.
yeah,
Trap
I'm
or
trying to have a
anything.
good faith conversation too.
Yeah.
Like I believe I'm a real traditionalist in female and male.
hmm
That's how that like I'm trying to use the right word so I don't get banned.
You're okay.
Like
You're okay.
female I'm a real traditionalist in the way that female and males are defined
Yeah.
historically.
Okay.
Okay, like if you can.
Sure. Okay.
So that's how I believe things are. Now I believe that, and
And those are sexes.
I don't want to force that.
Right,
I
but
don't
those
want
are
to force
sex.
that on anybody else.
I know, I understand it. So what you named were just sexes, right? Males and females, and of course, obviously, a small percent of people are intersex. But yeah, sex exists. But what I'm saying is that that gender and sex are different, right? There's a big overlap between the two, but they're not one and the same. Uh, and I think you would probably agree with that if we walked through it. Like, you don't do you believe that all males are men and all men are males, or that there's differences between the two?
If they have the male gene, I do. Yes.
Well, what I'm saying is that a 5-year-old male would not be a man, right? That would be a
Okay.
boy. That would be a boy,
Okay.
right? So
Sure.
right.
I
So
concur.
not well, yeah. So what I'm saying, not all males are men, because there are many males that are boys. And for example, let's say we have a dog, right? A male dog, you wouldn't call that a man. At least I'd hope not. It would just be a male
A
dog,
male dog.
right?
That's all. No. I'm only
right.
I'm
What
only
I
saying that in hilarious because that is funny if I called a male dog a man. No,
right,
I mean
what
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
arguing
say
with
is
you. I'm
that would
making a joke.
what I'm trying to say, that would highlight that gender is different. It's more of like, it's like a psychosocial construct, meaning that no other animal has gender, right? We don't look at like geese or dogs or anything, but they just have their sex. It's exclusive to humans, gender, right? So there's a difference between sex
Gender
and
is
genders.
not sex is. Is that what you're saying? I'm
Right,
make sure I'm following.
right. Gender and sex are different. That's all I'm trying to highlight. And again,
That's
there's a big
no. That's what I know. That's what I'm saying. You're saying. That's what
yeah.
I'm just
There's
making
a
sure we're on
big
the same page.
overlap, right? There's a huge overlap. Nobody
Okay.
would deny that. All I'm saying is that they're different.
It's I struggle with it because I'm a firm believer in the sex part. Okay.
Okay.
I'll accept the gender part. That's no problem. And like
Mhm.
I told you, and I genuinely mean this because I'm not going to be one of these people that's going to sit here and tell you I'm going to do something
Mhm.
that's going to contradict what somebody tells me that they want to be called,
Mhm.
and then not do it. No, if I know somebody and I'm personable with this person, or if they just ask me personally, I'm a kind enough person that I'm going to address them how they want to be addressed
Yeah. No, you seem like
without
you would.
joke,
Yeah. You
but
seem like you
also,
would.
sex is not
without any
identity. Like,
without any of that. And I have and I would do that without prejudice. I would do that without anything. And I would treat
Sure.
them how they wanted to be treated.
hmm
but we also have to
This
acknowledge that
not the
sex is not
gender, not the
identity.
gender that
But
I understand. I understand. I'm not being mean. It's the sex part that I have a problem with.
But that's what I'm saying. So, like, I was talking about, I don't know how long you've been here for this conversation, and I won't assume, right?
Okay.
Your identity, sex and identity are not the same. There is an overlap in some areas, but sex and identity are not the same. Just like sexuality and identity are not the same. How
Sure.
you view yourself is how you view yourself. Whereas your sexuality is not linear. Your sexuality evolves over time, right? There are some people that talk about these experiences, how there are things they liked in their younger years that as they aged, those things didn't appeal to them anymore. It didn't work the same way. Like science taught us that sexuality is not supposed to be linear. It is supposed to change as we age, and it will take various shapes and forms, whereas identity is stable.
I actually agree with what you just said because uh, there's things that I'm just going to say you would like if I could use that language.
Mm-hmm.
There's things that you would like 10 years ago that you wouldn't like now, if you will.
Yeah, I see what you're referring to. Sure. Yeah.
You see what I'm kind of going? I'm just trying to, okay.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with what you're saying there. I have one problem with it all. I'll state this and I'll hop off if you want me to, but I don't
Sure.
mean any disrespect by it. I'm not going to be disrespectful when I say
You're good.
it.
What is it?
It's probably fringe because I don't think a lot of people believe it.
Mm-hmm.
But like when somebody says like a man or a male can have a baby and that's accepted,
Mm-hmm.
it bothers me. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? It bothers me because it's a line in the sand kind of thing.
I get what you're saying, and we can clear that up very quickly. Yeah, we can clear.
Okay.
Very, very quickly. That is a huge misconception that I hear people on the right characterize as what people on the left believe, that somebody without a uterus can give birth. I don't know anybody on the left that believes that. All we are saying is that trans men can give birth. Trans men typically are females. Females have uterus, they can give birth, right? So when people say, when you hear, oh, men can have babies, it's not saying that, like me, for example, I don't have a uterus, I'm not a female, I can't have a baby. What we're saying is trans men can, right? And I understand that you may not believe trans men are men, you would believe they're a woman. Okay, but that's what it is. So nobody's saying that somebody without a uterus cannot give birth, obviously.
But trans men can give birth, can't they? Because they were originally women. And I mean,
well,
also what I'm telling you.
Typically born as a female.
There's special circumstances, I understand.
Typically born as a female, so trans men can give birth, and I would believe a trans man is a man. There. So if I were to say a man can have a baby, it's not again me saying that a male can have a baby. I'm saying a man because I believe men and males are not one and the same.
It is the acknowledgement that this person whose gender identity is that of a man, has the ability
That's all it is.
to have a child.
Right. It's not a fantasy or anything like that. It's just
I generally don't. I have no problem. I'm pretty far right. Mm-hmm. I mean, just to be.
No, I think you're on the right, of course.
No, I mean, I have no problem with any of that stuff. Mm-hmm. But just like you just described. Like you just talked about, mm-hmm. That's all it takes is two people coming together and talking about that. If I called somebody something and they said that was disrespectful because that's not what they wanted to be called, mm-hmm. My human decency would get involved, and I'd be like, "You don't need to call that person that. You need to call them as they want to be identified."
Sure.
Like that. I don't care how they want to be identified. If they want to be identified that way, then you need to acknowledge them that way. And I would.
Sure. All right, man. Anything else you wanted to touch on? I feel like we had a pretty,
that's cool.
Pretty
that's
decent
cool.
conversation.
We learned a lot from each other.
Yeah,
we learned a lot from each other. So yeah. Y'all go with us live. Have a good night.
All right, sir. Take care.
Yeah.
That was really in the comment section.
That was really rare to have a civil conversation in relation to this topic.
Yeah, it seemed like he was genuinely seeking to understand, and
which I like. I think that's great. Yeah, and that's like one thing. Like I get it. Listen, I obviously I'm not trans or anything like that, so I don't want to speak for anybody that is. But I think people that are willing to learn should. I don't want to say like get a pass, right? Because I understand their vote still harmed you guys very much, but I think they should be given the opportunity to learn. Right, and not necessarily be chastised and pushed away. Not saying anybody did, I'm just saying that, I think it's good that people learn, right? The more people that we can have that learn these things, the better. Anyways, people in the tube, I know there was a couple people that called me while we were talking. I don't know why you thought you could just call while I was actually having another conversation, but you can now call. The phone is now available for you to call. Now, Julian, thank you for the 69 cents on the Bluette with a V. Always appreciated. I will read the comment from Julian. It says, I bought a tank top that says soy boy. Is this good? Yes, Julian, because it fits you. You're a huge soy boy. I'm a soy boy. The soy has feminized me, clearly. Very, very feminized from the soy. Anyways, if you disagree with the background, hit the request button at the bottom or call in.
For people in the comment section, so I think I saw somebody ask earlier, what does it mean to say that sexuality is not linear? As you age, your sexuality will change. But how it changes is not in any sort of straight formation, right? There are some people that end up coming out as a part of the LGBTQIA community later in life as their tastes and experiences have changed. Their sexuality evolves with them.
Hey, we're getting a
Sexuality
call.
is going to evolve with you.
A potential call.
The gnome.
Hello?
To accept, press 1.
Oh.
To send a voicemail.
All right, guys, we're getting a tube call. I always enjoy these. Hello, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just need to know your age just for TikTok terms of service since I'm streaming on there.
48.
All right, man. You having a good day so far?
That doesn't matter to me. It's neither here nor there.
It doesn't matter if you're having a good day? Okay, cool. Good start to the
No,
conversation.
it doesn't. The circumstances of daily life are what they are. It's not what's happening. It's how you deal with it.
Great. You sound like a great time at parties. All right, man. So what's your argument?
I don't go to parties.
Okay.
I'm 48.
Cool.
These are for
Cool. You sound like a
people trying to figure out how to deal with other people at a atmosphere.
You sound like an incredibly likable person. All right, what's your argument?
Sometimes.
What's your argument, sir?
So I see the phone number that you've given. So here's the issue I think that a lot of people are having is, so you have scientific terminology and medical terminology. So we'll start with common things that happen millions of times a week.
Mm-hmm.
You basically you sex chickens. We'll start with something easy like that.
Okay.
When you sex a chicken, you look at its genitals and you make a determination of whether that chicken is male or it's a female.
Sure.
And that's it.
Sure.
Right? So if it has male genitalia, it is a male. If it has female, it is a female. They go into separate bins because they're baby chickens.
Okay.
So the problem that we face is that some people, for whatever reason they have, either personal or otherwise, believe that these two terms are not the same thing. And they're only correct in the idea that one term has an extra meaning to it. So people sex chickens, and chickens can conduct sexual activity.
Okay.
So only in the use of the word, when it becomes an action that's outside of identification, does the word sex have a different meaning. Gender is always the same, and it's not transmutable. So if somebody believes that their gender is not the actual gender of their physicality as they entered the world,
Uh-huh.
if they believe that falls into the category of delusion.
Okay.
Now,
All right. So you got to
now-
substantiate that. Hold on. This is not a like a whole thing just for you to speak on without us speaking. Okay. So the gender that they're not. Okay. Meaning what? What do you mean that they're identifying as a gender that they're not? I want you to dive into that more.
So for all medical and physical intent purposes, right? The direct identification, genetics, XY chromosomes. If the person is thereby a male or
Uh-huh.
a female, whichever it is.
Uh-huh.
Or the third category, which is hermaphroditic with its subcategories, then that is what they are. And if they believe that they are, for
Mhm.
instance, a male believes that he's actually a hermaphrodite, but there is no medical basis or fact to
Okay.
that,
Okay.
then that would be a delusion.
Okay, great. So we need to come to a common consensus on what these terms mean. Okay, so sex and gender. Do you believe they are the same thing with different words, or do you believe they are different things?
They are the same thing,
Okay.
except when there is action and action involved.
I don't know why you keep talking about the action of sex. That has nothing to do with this. It's weird that you keep bringing that up.
Everything to do with the term sex, if you go through its myriad codified meanings, you have
that is
action words that are not just explanatory.
Right, we're not talking about that kind of sex.
But that's not how that works. But that's not how that works. So categorically, and I mean, you can look at it either way you want to. There's Yale School. So there's Yale School of Medicine. There's also in the National Institutes of Health on the NIH. There is an article that talks about differentiating sex and gender. And there are a few articles in there that talk about it. But however, sex and gender are distinctive concepts, not just in science, but in medicine.
These are codified medical terminology that has been around.
So in medicine, in science, and in sociology. So
one at a time, sir. Let her finish.
So in medicine, in science, and in sociology, sex refers to biological characteristics. So basically your chromosomes, your anatomy, your hormones, while gender is socially constructed roles, behavior, and internal identity. So that internal identity could be that of someone that is man, woman, or non-binary. Now, they can in some cases be related.
Let her finish.
They can in some cases be related, but they are not identical. But
okay, great. We let you lie, so let her. They are
not identical, nor are they interchangeable.
Perfect. That's why we're having a debate. All right.
Yeah, they're not identical. They're not identical. And
all right, you're on mute. Nobody can hear you. Go ahead.
They're not identical. They're not identical, and they are not interchangeable strictly. And I don't have any reason to lie about this. As a matter of fact, if you want to take a minute to look this up, you can. Now, how you feel about these things can be specific to how you feel, which is what you've stated, how you feel. But categorically, they are not the same.
Okay, now you can speak. If you were speaking in those last 30 seconds, nobody heard you. Nobody heard you. Now you can speak. Okay, cool.
I don't care.
Okay, cool. So, once again, I don't think you understand the point of this debate. I understand that you believe we're wrong.
I do understand it. The point of the debate is to try to enforce delusions.
That's not the point of the debate. That's not the point of the debate. Great.
It's not really fair for you guys to do that.
Terrific. I'm sorry that you feel this way. Okay, so we need to get back to it.
It's what you're doing.
Okay.
I don't think it's proactive for the LGBT community to function in that manner.
Well, you're not in the community, so you don't get a fucking say. You don't get a fucking say. I'm sorry to tell you that. You don't get a fucking say. Are you in the community, sir? Are you in the community?
Am I in the community?
Uh-huh.
No, I live with
yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, so the answer is no. Great. So the answer is no. Great. So the answer is no. Okay. So let's go back. Let's go. Why do you keep talking about, guys? Why does he keep talking about sex in that matter? That is so weird. We are not talking about intercourse, sir.
So,
sir,
okay, if
we are not talking about intercourse. We are not talking about intercourse. Stop bringing that up.
You can tell me all you want, but it doesn't work on me because I'm an unemotional human.
Right. That sounds fun.
That's great. So if we're going to stay along your sidetrack and you use the term delusion, if we're going to stay on your track of thought, you use the term delusion. In using the term delusion, right? Delusion is defined in psychology as a fixed or false belief that is resistant to reason or confrontation with actual fact. Gender identity does not meet that definition. Gender identity does not fall under the guise of delusion. By definition, it can't. So delusion is not the right word to use. Delusion does not make sense.
Okay.
No, it does make sense. It is a fixed false belief.
It does not.
Okay.
By
You have to
definition, it does not
substantiate
make
that.
sense.
You have to
And I'm not
substantiate that.
using it as a
Okay.
negative.
I would like for you.
It's
Shut up.
positive.
Shut up. You need to substantiate it's a false
Why should
belief.
I shut up because you yell at me?
Can you substantiate it's a false belief, sir?
I already have.
You have not. I would like for you to substantiate.
Yes, I have.
Hold on.
I gave you
Ho-
a direct example.
You
and
did not.
just want to
Okay.
ignore it.
Okay. No. Your example proved ours. We understand there's sex, not intercourse, Shut up for a second and let me talk. Otherwise, I'm just gonna lower. Okay, great. Great. I'm lowering the volume. Nobody can hear you if you're speaking. If you are speaking right now, literally nobody can hear you. I lowered the volume on the phone as low as it can go. Great. So I'm just going to talk. Nobody can hear you right now. Anyways, you haven't substantiated shit. Nobody can hear you, sir. He's still trying to talk. Because when I lower my volume, guys, it doesn't go quite to mute. So I can hear the faintest sign of him talking. Anyways, you have to substantiate your argument, man. You said it is a delusion. I would like for you to show that it is a delusion, okay? Showing examples of chicken doesn't show that at all. In fact, it proves our point that gender is something specific to humans, not any other animal, okay? So considering that gender is specific to humans, right, they would be different than sex, okay? So I would like for you to show that sex and gender are the same. You can speak now. If you were just speaking, nobody heard you. You can go ahead. Maybe he hung up. I don't know. Did you hang up? I think he hung up. This may be the same guy, guys. We'll see.
That was interesting.
Yeah. The guy just wanted to just like... Alright. Click one. Hello? Click one.
I really think...
Hold on, Buzzy. Hello?
Click one.
I really think...
Hold on, Buzzy. Hello? Hey, are you there?
I really think...
All right.
Hold on, Buzzy. Hello? Hey, are you there?
Yeah, but you gotta lower your... We hear an echo.
Yeah, but you gotta lower your... We hear an echo.
You have to lower your thing, man.
We hear an echo.
Gosh.
I think people use delusion without knowing what delusion means more often
Alright.
than not.
I'm gonna have to
And I
hang up on
wonder
you,
if they
man.
use it because it sounds fancy.
Alright. So, alright. Somebody can call. That's fine. The number is there in the comment section, I believe. So, you're welcome to call.
Like, the more I have these conversations, the more I think about it. People throw out the word delusion, and then they just kind of sit there like they've said the big thing. They've dropped a bomb on the conversation, for lack of better words, and it's just kind of sitting out there doing its thing. And that's just not how. Anyway.
Yeah, so anybody in the comment section, you're welcome to come on up. If you're in TikTok, you can hit the request button. And people in YouTube, I know you guys are angry about whatever the fuck you guys are angry about, and you just constantly stay on the internet, but why don't you just come on up and prove some of these things wrong, right? Telling people to take their medicine is a nice thing, so I appreciate the reminder of that. It's a nice thing to remind people to take their medicine. Right. I understand that you guys believe it's a delusion, right? I unlike you guys, I know specifically what your argument is. I don't base what your argument is off of what I hear on the news and what is being portrayed to me. I just talk to you guys, so I know your argument. I understand you think it's a delusion. I need you to substantiate that.
Dougie, I think Nicholas is telling you to check Discord.
Oh, sorry guys. There's so many fucking things I have to check. It's hard for me to see everything here.
Your mustache is working very hard, okay?
What is this? ICE agents keep accidentally unaliving themselves. Jesus Christ. What am I supposed to do with that? If they don't like being called... He says if they don't like being called Schnazis, why are they imitating Adolf? I mean,
oh my goodness.
you make a good point,
just so that all minds are clear, just so that all minds are clear, for delusion, right? Let's distinct what this means. A delusion is defined as a clinical is defined in clinical psychology as a fixed false belief that is resistant to reason or confrontation with actual fact.
Mhm.
When we are talking about gender identity, nothing about gender identity fits that margin.
But again, Buzzy, their information off of this is based on what Trump portrays to them and what they see in the news. So from what they hear, yeah, they believe it's a false reality because they're being told things that just aren't the arguments at all. Like for example, the most common thing that we heard, they're saying that that males can have babies. Nobody fucking says that. Their interpretation is just very far off from what anybody says.
And
And that's
really,
part of
I
the
blame
problem.
this country for becoming lazy in language. Like,
Mhm.
historically, the United States of America has become lazy in language. The way they used to talk long ago is much different from how we talk here now. And you can see that simply by watching old movies. You can see that clearly in the old movies that were produced and the way scripts were written. We've gotten lazy in our language. And because we've gotten lazy in our language, people think words that mean two completely different things are interchangeable because of the way we've tossed them in sentences to make it seem that way without acknowledging the fact that they are two separate entities.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go back to the TikTok comments. YouTube is just being stupid. Negative city over there in the tube. Every comment so negative. Not good. You guys on TikTok are much more positive. Believe it or not. The phone line is open though. Phone line is open on the tube. Mosleys, you can come on up, right? If you want to, again, just live your life in the comment section, saying things to human beings that you just wish you can say in person, all right, then continue just living in the comment section, being a negative, hateful person. Or come on up and actually substantiate what you believe to be true. You couldn't do this shit at all. Hence why you're in the comment section hiding. I listen, if I believe that certain people shouldn't be treated like shit and you think that's not a good argument or you disagree with that, then I think you have a lot of things to reevaluate with your life. Everything that you believe is based on hatred and separating people and harming people.
Maybe I'm thinking about this from the stance of like my work, but thinking about it even more so, if somebody is in fact experiencing a delusion, the last thing you want to do is tell them they're delusional.
Well, there is that also, yes. And that's the funny part, Buzzy. Like many of them think that trans people or people who agree with trans people have literal delusions and they have like a disorder or something like that. Well, if you truly believe that, then why are you talking to them like an asshole and treating them like shit? Like if you actually believe somebody has something wrong with them, you would want them to get help and you'd want to be positive towards them. So it just leads me to believe they don't give a shit about any of this. They just like treating people like crap because they are so miserable themselves. The only way they can feel better is by treating other people like shit.
For people that don't understand what I'm saying, is if you have somebody that's experiencing some sort of mental health circumstance, and I think the most common one that people might be semi familiar with, but also probably very, very wrong with, is like schizophrenia. The last thing you want to do is tell them they're being delusional, right? Because you don't want them to be invalidated by their statement. However, you have to bring reality to them by telling them that what they are seeing is not actuality, but that is a manifestation that they are physically seeing rather than a sense of self, right? So like this is actually probably going over a lot of people's heads. Never mind.
You gotta give like kindergarten language to these people, Buzzy. Like even that's a bit much at times. Their ability to grasp any concept beyond a kindergarten level is just not happening. But hey, they can try.
Like at this point, with the way they're throwing around words, calling people delusional and stuff, at this point, the whole country is going to be LGBTQIA. And, you know, what are these people going to do? You know, that rainbow wave is coming for them. You know, better to take all their crops and their corn.
According to somebody on the tube, they can put a vagina on a dresser and it'll be a woman. Gotcha.
So what they're saying is they spend time with hallucinogens, and they really are going to start writing fiction using secondary objects.
How are they not embarrassed with the shit that they say? Like they're gonna look back on us. Some of these people are grown ass adults with like families and stuff, which is so fucking pathetic. But they're gonna look back and be so embarrassed at the shit that they said. JD Vance's ideal woman, yeah, exactly. People on the tube will get attention once somebody actually has the nuts to come on up. Until then, you guys are getting minimal to no attention.
Nurse Lady J, thank you so much for following the train of thought at which I was heading down when I was talking about the delusion situation. Because for a second there, I thought, these people are losing their mind.
There we go. We got somebody. Look at that. Hello.
What's up?
Hey, man.
So
For TikTok TOS, how old are you? And then we can talk about whatever.
23.
All right. What's up?
All right. So kind of a question about the logic. I just want to test and make sure I'm thinking straight.
Gotcha.
So if you have someone who's anorexic, you don't say, okay, you're fine. Don't eat. It's okay. That's your belief.
Mm-hmm.
You don't affirm them being anorexic, correct? But then,
right, because it harms their physical health.
Hey,
yeah, it harms their physical health. Yeah.
But when it's something like, hey, I'm a boy when I'm really a girl, biologically, then you affirm that and you say, yes, you're correct.
Right, so those are two different. Those are two different things.
Anorexia,
sorry, you can go in a second. Anorexia is something that physically harms people, right? It's a disorder, right? It's in the DSM. We know that harms one's health, both physically and psychologically. Being transgender is not a disorder or anything, so that doesn't.
But there are medications that transgender people take for psychological problems, correct?
No. So by definition, by mental health definition, so anorexia nervosa, that is what it's called, anorexia nervosa, is in fact a disorder. Being transgender is not a disorder. By definition, being transgender is not a disorder. Anorexia nervosa is a disorder.
Right. So
and it is a compound disorder.
I think we would disagree on that point.
Well, we don't have to disagree. Well, I mean, you can feel that it is a disorder, but by definition, categorically.
Well, I'm just going to look at the people who are defining those terms and the definitions and say
if you go into the diagnostic criteria for medicine, we have a DSM for that. Right. It's a book that gives you the diagnostic criteria for diagnosis. Yep. Being transgender is in fact not a disorder. Now there are complications that can be oriented to
gender dysphoria isn't a mental health disorder.
So gender dysphoria is not being transgender. Not all trans people have gender dysphoria. This is also defined in the diagnostic criteria. So you can be trans.
But then how do you determine if they're having gender dysphoria or if they're not?
Not everybody who is transgender have gender dysphoria. There are some people that are transgender that don't experience dysphoria.
Okay, so some people are having gender dysphoria, which is a mental health condition.
Some people do have gender dysphoria, but dysphoria is a distress disorder. It is not a disorder like anorexia nervosa. It is not treated the same way. It is something happening that is causing a misalignment, and so you go through different stages to figure out how to ease that distress. It is not a disorder in the way that anorexia is. It is something that you can find alignment in, whether that be appearance, whether that be name. It can be treated. You have to figure out what's causing that distress. Whereas anorexia nervosa as a compound disorder is a multi-step factor process.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think you could also make the argument that gender dysphoria is also multi-step as well.
It's not really multi-step. There is a process that involves multiple steps because you have to figure out what it is that's causing that distress, and then you aid that distress. So you're basically just going down the list to see what's causing that incongruence to solve it. For some people, that distress is categorized by the fact that they're being called a name that they don't align with. Maybe their name is Susan and they would rather be called Steve. Steve feels more comfortable, and maybe hearing Susan all the time is causing them distress, right? Maybe looking in the mirror, they're experiencing some dysphoria in the way that they appear, right? So maybe for them, they need to change their style. Maybe they've been wearing suits and maybe they've been wearing dresses and they want to wear suits. That kind of thing. It is all into figuring out what is causing that distress and then aiding that distress. So it is in the process of curing it. You can fix that distress. You just have to go down the steps. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in simplest terms, you just affirm whatever their belief is and do whatever needs to be done to affirm their gender, correct?
You can't really simplify
I'm not saying
it like that.
I'm not saying it's that simple, but
Well, you can't really simplify it like that. You can't really put it in terms like that because for some, well, in most cases, a lot of the times the distress is caused not by themselves but by other people. Who are in most cases being hateful, ironically, but it's caused by the people around them.
so if those people around them affirm, then should be all good, correct? Which I'd still think the word affirm is kind of just like a tree term, like, you know, the base of the tree and then it goes up and...
You don't have to affirm somebody for them to be trans, though. Like a trans person...
Okay, then what word
Hold on,
do I
a
use?
trans person is a trans person regardless of if anybody affirms them or not.
Right. You can't affirm.
Well, yeah, I think
you can't
people are
affirm
subject to their
somebody's
own opinions.
identity. Essentially, it's acceptance, right? There's the affirmation, whether a person agrees with their identity is not the issue. It is quite literally acceptance and being kind, which is not affirmation. It's just letting them exist without hindering their ability to do so or making it difficult for them to do so on purpose.
Anything else you got, man?
Okay.
Sort us up.
I don't, not really. I kind of lost my train of thought on that conversation. You could just list anything, and I'll probably disagree with you.
Well, let's
let's
talk to this other guy, and maybe he can bring up something that you can speak towards. Ice, how you doing?
All right.
Ice, how you doing?
Well, Kamala got run over by...
Okay, so he just wanted to play a weird song.
weird.
That's odd.
All right.
That's
We can talk
oddly
about transgenderism, transgender surgeries in
Transgenderism
the
is
youth.
not a word.
Okay, what word do you want me to use, Buzzy?
Transgender people.
Transgenderism is not a word.
It's not.
You can say transgender people, but transgenderism is not a word at all.
Okay, cool. Sorry, there's just so many words and catchphrases. It's hard to articulate
Being
all of
trans
them.
is not a catchphrase, and transgenderism is not a word at all. It is not a word that exists.
Word. So yeah, I don't believe transgender youth should be able to get gender affirming surgeries.
They don't.
Transgender youth don't get surgeries. In
They
the
don't.
United States of America, we have a process for that, and they don't
Yeah.
get surgery. If somebody that is a youth receives a gender affirming surgery, it has nothing to do with the fact that they're trans. There is a condition called gynecomastia that is caused by a disorder called precocious puberty. It's when the body develops faster than the mind. This affects boys and girls, and it causes the overproduction of growth tissue
I'm
in the
not
chest
arguing
area.
whether I'm not wanting to argue
Well, no,
whether
I'm
or not.
telling you they don't get surgery. I'm telling you why they get
Well,
surgery specifically. It's only
I'm-
one
I-
surgery, and
I'm-
I'm telling you what that surgery is.
Yes, I'm trying to ask. Do you believe that they should be able to get surgeries?
No, they
What,
don't
what,
get
a-
surgery.
what
and they
age are you
shouldn't get
talking
surgery.
I'm not
about?
saying. I'm not asking
Hold
whether or
on.
not they get surgeries. I'm asking whether
What
or not
age
your
are we
opinion is
talking
should they be
about?
able to.
What age are we talking about?
I would say anyone under the age of 18.
Yeah, no one's getting surgeries. That's not a thing.
So again, for the
I'm not
cases,
asking if they're
so
getting
again,
surgeries. Do you believe they should be able to
for
get
the
gender
No, you should
for
wait
the
till you're
ca-
18. You should wait till you're 18 for
yeah,
surgery.
for the cases of precocious
Okay.
puberty, for the cases of precocious puberty, they need the surgery, which is why they get the surgery. But other than that, no.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about something like that, of course, different. But yeah, in the context of what you're
Okay.
asking,
I'm
yeah,
glad,
just wait
I'm
till you're
glad we
18.
can agree on that.
Yeah, I don't know
I mean, that's
anybody
the
that
only
would
time they
necessarily
receive surgery. No, that's the only time they get surgery is for
Right.
precocious
Right.
puberty.
And given that we know via the research the regret rate is very low when it comes to gender affirming care, which does include surgeries and hormones, overwhelmingly their lives do get better. We don't see them regret it. The regret rates for other surgeries are significantly higher, actually.
Yeah, I mean, in my thought process for that age of 18 is, they're legal consenting adults and they can make their own decisions, and it's not my right nor responsibility to tell them what they can and can't do with themselves.
Well, I don't think it is either way if it's a random person. But the odd thing
No,
to
I
me
agree.
is this, and I don't want to group you in, but a lot of people I talk to on the right, like they seem to have an issue when it comes to trans people and making decisions when it comes to healthcare. However, they don't seem to have any issues when kids get healthcare for any other reason. If a kid needs back surgery, they don't say, "Well, I don't think they should have surgery; they're going to regret it." Or if you know what I mean, like any other medical care, people don't seem to give a shit. It's only when it comes to trans people. That's
Personally,
not
my
Well, it
thought
seems
process.
like those gender affirming surgeries are more cosmetic in nature than, let's say, a back surgery.
Well, no. Well, no,
no.
Because
they're
I
not
mean,
doing.
listen, I know you're gonna say it's a part of their identity and it's
No,
gonna
I'm not
help
saying that.
their.
I'm not saying that. It's not. It's not a part. It's not necessarily part of their identity. But when we know their self unaliving rate drops dramatically after getting gender affirming care, yeah, that's a very very important thing, right? We're not just talking about just like doing it for fun, right? It's
Yeah,
lowers
but
the rates of them
I would make the
unaliving
argument that
themselves.
I would make the argument that they have a mental health disorder going into this situation, and it's not.
They're not making the decision.
So again,
They don't just
if
go
a
in and say,
person,
"Hey, I want surgery." Like
yeah. So
just
again, if a
like
person is,
hold on one second. Just like any other like medical thing, these kids aren't just like going in and say, "Hey, I want this medicine. Give me this. I want this surgery. Give me this." Like you have to be diagnosed with something. B, the doctor has to approve it, and the parents do as well. This is the same as any other medical decision. It's no different. You can go ahead now,
so
Muzzy.
again, a
Sorry.
person that is trans, is not having some sort of mental health crisis. If a person is experiencing gender dysphoria or gender distress, which is what it is, then there's something that's happening that's causing a misalignment. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are experiencing some sort of psychosis or whatever the case may be, and you're just trying to figure out what is going to help that align. And again, the answer to that is not always surgery. In most cases, it's not surgery. It's very rare that they are surgical.
So
And that decision is not made alone. It is consulted with doctors over the course of years and well documented.
So It's not a mental health disorder.
Being trans itself, gender dysphoria, is a mental health condition. But again, those are different things.
You do not have to be trans to have gender dysphoria.
Okay, so people who are trans then, let's say they want to get surgery, that would be purely cosmetic.
If there's no dysphoria associated with it, then yeah, of course, that would be something that would be cosmetic, yeah.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, we agree.
Yeah. Well, I don't want kids.
But those surgeries again are still consulted with for years.
I'm just going to use
doctors.
non-TikTok friendly terms to fucking get my point across, because I hate using the word unaliving. I don't want kids killing themselves. These things lower the rates of them killing themselves.
Yes, and I can agree. That's a good thing. That's necessary, but it's also, for conservatives, it's a slippery slope. Like kids mutilating themselves, like that. I know that's extreme language. I agree.
There's no slippery. So kids will. So hold on. Okay, if a child is experiencing,
not killing themselves is better than mutilation. I agree.
If a child is experiencing the distress of being transgender, or the distress of having a gender incongruence is what we call, because we don't diagnose children as transgender. That's also important for people to know. We don't diagnose children with being transgender. What we do acknowledge is they have an incongruence, and we seek to find that congruence. Now, in most cases, what is occurring in that is it's allowing a child to have autonomy in how they're being addressed and how they dress. A lot of times that fixes that alignment, because the way they see themselves is the way that they are now being viewed outside in the world. Now, there are some cases where we do have children that, as a result of the distress and the lack of autonomy, do seek to harm themselves. We do see that, but that is because when a child is experiencing this sort of a distress, they're doing something that is called persistent, insistent, and consistent, where they're going to constantly put it in your face until you notice something about it. And if you don't take notice and you don't get them help, it's going to go farther and farther and farther until they start taking matters into their own hands, which is extreme in that case, which can, in some cases, use to attempts at self-harm and mutilation. So we seek to ease that distress. This is under 18 years old. And again, we don't diagnose these children as trans. We acknowledge they're having an incongruence, and we seek to fix that alignment.
Okay, so
and that happens without surgery, and in most cases without medication.
Okay, so before they kill themselves,
all right. Well, let's try not to. I only wanted to.
You kind of want to agree with their autonomy.
Just try to say unaliving. I only wanted to say it once, just to kind of get my point across. But just try to say unaliving. I know it's a stupid word, but anyways,
sorry.
You're good.
Okay.
So, what's up?
So before they unalive themselves, you want to take an earlier approach and kind of recognize their autonomy, correct? That
would be for the best, yes. But
okay, so I'm going to bring up an example I'm sure you've heard before. So if a kid, part of his autonomy, he says, "Hey, I want a tattoo." Do we let the kid get a tattoo, or do we say no, you can't do that?
That does not align with what gender incongruence does, right? You're talking about putting a stained glass window on a church. That does not align with what identity does. Identity is your sense of self and the way that the world perceives you. A tattoo is not healthcare, and a tattoo is not the way that the world perceives you. It is not the way the world perceives you, and it is also not the way that you perceive yourself. It has nothing to do with your sense of self, whereas identity is a sense of self. You can put stained glass windows on a church and put whatever piece of artwork you want in that, but that doesn't necessarily reflect what's happening in the church or what's happening in the room that stained glass window is on.
I mean, I think you could make the argument a tattoo is a sense of yourself.
But the whole point is
I want to tattoo my face black because I want to be black.
But
that would be recognizing his identity.
But that's not healthcare. And number one, if a kid says that randomly, that's not consistent, insistent.
So that's an entirely different health.
I feel like it's pretty easy to say that's not healthcare.
Well, no, that's an entirely
tattoo
different
isn't
health
healthcare.
Condition. There's no. So if a person is experiencing that sort of distress where they feel like they are an entirely different race, that is an entirely different health condition.
If that were to be a thing,
diagnosis. Yeah, there is an actual diagnosis for this that has nothing to do with gender, has nothing to do with being
and
trans.
I'm sure in that diagnosis they don't paint the kid black, correct?
No, so those people
or
are
white or
also
whatever color they
so
want to
those
be.
people are also prone to harming themselves. I don't want to say what that diagnosis is because a lot of people tend to think they have it and they don't. But essentially there are people that look into a mirror and what they see in the mirror is completely warped from what the rest of the world sees. It is a specific condition associated with this. They do not have the ability to see themselves as they are. And in that is a specific kind of distress that takes intensive treatment.
Yeah. So an example that we often get from people on the right is like body integrity dysphoria, I believe it's called, or disorder, where it's like a condition where they have like a very strong, consistent, persistent like desire to get rid of a healthy limb that they have, to amputate it, and believe it or not, in very severe scenarios, right? Obviously, they go through everything else first, right? Make sure maybe they get the right meds to help fix that thought process and everything. In severe scenarios, they actually would amputate that limb because the alternative would be them harming themselves and causing much more pain and long term harm than the doctor just doing it in the best way possible. So yeah, in severe cases, they would do something like that.
And there is intensive treatment for this to try to avoid that at all costs. But yes, there
Right.
is an actual condition associated with this
Yeah. It's a
that is
last.
dysmorphic in nature.
Right, and that's obviously like the last line of defense, right? Just as when it
Wait, what's
comes
the
to,
condition again? I didn't hear
I
what it was
Oh,
just looked it
called
up.
I
It's
again.
stated that I wasn't. I stated that
body
I wasn't
integrity
going to give the
dysphoria.
name of the condition.
Yeah, body
Yeah,
integrity.
he's talking about body integrity disorder. I'm talking about something completely different that I
Yeah,
won't give the name to because a lot of people believe they have it, but they don't actually have it. And self-diagnosis is crazy for it.
yeah. But
Boy,
anyways,
I know self-diagnosis,
all I am saying
slippery
is that
slope.
when it comes to any of these things, right? There are lines of defense when it comes to treatment, right? Like when it comes to trans people who have gender dysphoria, they're not just going to go ahead and give them hormones or surgery right away, right? You're going to talk with a therapist or a psychologist.
Yes.
That's part of it, and that's going to be a thing that you do for a while, right? If that dysphoria, that strong anxiety and depression and those negative feelings keep being persistent, then they may offer potentially, like say, like SSRIs, right? If that helps, then cool, right? But like they just go down the lines of defense, so to speak, as to what would
And
help them.
and also don't get this confused. What Dougie is talking about is not something that can be self-diagnosed.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I believe there should be lines of defense.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I'm using that term
Uh,
sort of
yeah.
loosely. Obviously, we're talking about treatments, but short line of defense, if you want to say it that way.
Yeah, I think the reason for those on the right, why trans healthcare, like it is such an explosive topic, is because it is. I mean, it's fine, like people are free to be trans, but I don't think I would classify like the removing of body parts as healthcare.
Well,
So it is healthcare
what
if
else
it
would it be?
aligns with the fact that they have a distress disorder associated with that. And
It,
that surgery is what takes away that distress because they are now viewing themselves or as they have seen themselves in their mind and also being viewed that way into the world. So if it fixes the distress, it is in fact healthcare, which is why when we were talking earlier, at least for me, I stated that if it is because of the distress, then yes, it is in fact healthcare and not cosmetic in nature. And we have the data to prove that it is healthcare. And we need to firmly understand that mental health care is healthcare.
no, I mean I understand that, and I think you guys have the right to that opinion.
It's
Uh,
not an opinion. By
Well,
definition, for
you,
someone to be healthy, you have to be healthy in mind and body.
you disagree that mental health is also healthcare?
no,
Okay, I just wanted to
So
make
you,
sure
I
because mental health is
I
extremely
disagree. I
important.
disagree with
so by
I disagree with one
definition,
factor, and the one
Okay.
factor I disagree with is the removing of body parts.
Well, but hold on. I'm not like
Uh,
I want to make it very clear. I'm not like advocating that happens. I'm just acknowledging that that's an incredibly goddamn rare thing that happens as
no,
like
I know.
the last resort. But we're not
so
doctors though.
most,
We're not in
No,
the
I
medical
know.
community that makes like there are people who are far more educated and intelligent than we are that comes to these decisions as to what health disorders or disease or whatever gets all sorts of treatments. right? I would rather leave it up to them, who clearly know a hell of a lot more than either of us all combined, really.
And as I stated earlier, it's not, in majority cases, people are not receiving surgery. And for the ones that do receive surgery to align this distress, it is years and years of consultations with doctors to make sure that this is in fact the thing that is causing the distress, so that the process of alignment can begin. It is not an overnight process. It is not a 1-year process. It takes people multiple years to get to that point. And there are a bunch of interventions that are done in between that and surgery. And the other thing is, if you don't agree that removing a body part is going to align you, then you wouldn't get that surgery if it was recommended. But even then, the surgery is never recommended by the doctors. And if it's something that you don't like, then it's something you just simply would not do, because that is autonomy in your healthcare. You have the ability to say no. So I don't understand. And again, it's very rare.
Listen, I realize we are playing into it by having this conversation, but I don't even think these conversations need to exist to begin with. Really, I firmly believe that conservatives politicize this issue for this very reason. Like, clearly,
And
it
look,
riles a lot. But all I'm saying is, this should have
I can agree
never
with
have
you on
been.
that.
This should have never have been a thing that we have had major conversations on for the last 10 years. It was trans people always existed, right? There was never this huge thing. And I think it
Yeah.
probably would have been better if it just stayed that way, because this caused a hell of a lot more harm, in my opinion.
I mean,
This-
yeah, they make up less than 1% of the world population, probably
Right.
lower than that. It's
But
really
we devote-
insignificant. Like, why do people care so much?
That-
I mean, I
exactly.
understand the point of view.
Exactly, and I think if you're going to care, maybe you should keep that. You should keep that the amount of that you care relevant to the population that they make up.
But I think the problem comes in is when we're talking about children below the age of 18. I feel like that's where it gets.
But that's not an issue.
I know,
So
but this
again,
isn't a political thing; it's a medical thing, and I'm gonna again leave it to the experts who have, they are again incredibly more educated on these things than you and I ever will be, and
it is very much
I mean, there's also
non-issue.
the fact that gender affirming care is a Jewish conspiracy. So if you want to talk about that as well.
So gender affirming care is not a conspiracy, and
Hey,
on the opposite side of that,
he said a Jewish
gender affirming
conspiracy. He said a Jewish.
Ugh,
Is that what you
really?
said?
Go look at Dr. Magnus Hirschfield.
Wait,
Go
he
look him
called
up.
it a Jewish conspiracy?
Why did you have to throw that in at the end? We were having a
Specifically
good
Jewish?
conversation.
Why,
Because
why are
the
you
Jews were the
going
first
after
ones
Doug's people?
to bring up a gender affirming care.
No, they weren't.
Okay, so
Yes,
where
they were. Go
where
look it
where
up.
where do these Jewish people go together to come up with all these things to harm everybody that you guys believe? Where is this meeting spot?
This is ridiculous, especially because trans
You're fucking
people
with us,
have
right?
existed with other
No,
cultures.
I'm not. Like, I'm a conspiracy theorist, so I have a lot of strong opinions.
You don't say.
Hey, you need skeptics everywhere.
No, you
Not
don't.
wrong to have people who question everything.
Can you
Is
just
the
tell
Earth
me?
round?
Oh gosh,
Yes, the Earth is round.
Okay. What? All right. Can you tell me where these Jewish people meet to come up with these ideas to cause harm within society? Where's this meeting spot, and when do they meet? Because I'm
I don't
Jewish.
know. I can't give you an exact definition.
Do you think it's maybe just not real? Do you think it's just like a made up thing?
Okay, here. You know, no, I shouldn't have said Jewish. That's wrong with me. I should have said Zionist. Are you Zionist?
This is getting ridiculous. You made it worse. It didn't make it better. And also, ancient cultures have been talking about transgender people long before.
Talking about and then removing their body parts is completely different.
So obviously you paid no attention in history class, and that sounds like a personal problem. And I think before you assign a group of people to having so much power, I think you should do more research and dig deeper.
Do you not think that the Jewish population has a ton of power?
No.
Okay, wow.
I think it's just getting incredibly.
Go look at the board members.
I'm not gonna entertain this. I can't. I can't.
This is ridiculous. My God, when I think about Greek mythology and the Grecians and their artwork and their history, it makes me wonder when they come up here and say things about the Jewish community, Was all that work the Greeks did for nothing?
I don't know.
Truly.
Ryan, I'm going to get to you in a second. You know, the reason why I believe this is a manufactured political issue by the right is because most newborns within the U.S. get circumcised. By their very definition, they are getting mutilated. I don't hear anybody on the right care nearly as much as newborn babies getting mutilated as you guys do talk about trans people who make up a fraction of the newborns that get mutilated. This is why it's a manufactured issue. You guys fell into it. You guys are victims of a manufactured political thing. It's for cleanliness. Cool. Okay, great. We can mutilate newborns, guys, as long as it's for cleanliness. But when a fraction of the population happen to get something in relation to being trans, and it's this whole hysteria. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Wait a minute. Somebody said that I should talk about American history. Okay, let's talk
Hold
about
on. We
third
got to get to the
gender.
guest. We got to get. Let's get to the guest. He's been sitting here for a while.
What
Ryan,
about
what's up?
Two-Spirit people?
What's up, Ryan? How old are you?
Oh,
I just need to know your age.
oh,
Please.
38.
Okay. What's up? What's on your mind?
Oh, and am I muffled or not?
No, you sound fine.
Okay. Oh, earlier he said something way before it got weird. Oh, shoot. About how the left and the right take it pretty differently. And I just came from a Kamala Harris event tonight, and she said one thing that we need to think about is the information that the left or one side sees. Where are we getting our information versus where are they getting their information? What is it?
What was that last part that you said? Like the difference between where we get information?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
what our sources are and what information are we seeing?
Yeah. Obviously, we're getting our information from very, very different places. Clearly.
Yes. I just didn't think of that until she said it tonight. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
yeah.
I would say largely, and I'm not going to speak for all of them because there are obviously going to be exceptions. I think largely people on the right seem to just get their information from the politicians, from Trump, from anyone in his administration. If they say something, then it's true. Or if any of their pundits, say like Fox News, etc., say something, then it's true. They don't seem to care about if there's evidence to back it up. As long as it affirms what their current beliefs are, then it will be true. What I see here on the left is we don't listen to the politicians at all. In fact, I think a lot of people on the left really dislike Democratic politicians. We actually go off things that are factual.
Yeah. And he said he was a skeptic. I'm like, well, I'm skeptical to a point as well, and want validate sources and stuff like that. I'm okay with being wrong. I just want to do it in the right way. Get that evidence.
More anti-Semitic comments in the tube, by the way. They said, this is a big one. Shit, where'd it go? Where did the comment go? Oh, it was something about why did Adolf burn the Jewish books? What was in them? Insinuating that there was some sort of
What?
Yes, that there was some sort of things in those books that they were plotting, which is crazy.
Personally, if I was Jewish, I would walk around iced out just to piss people off. I'm stepping out the house in my best dressed every time just to make people mad. I'm rubbing my hands together like Birdman in that music video every time somebody looks at my direction. This is getting the fuck out of hand. Imagine being assigned so much power after being treated so horrendously, historically.
Steven, I'm going to get to you in a second. Hey, Ryan, is there anything else that you wanted to say?
Oh, no, that was basically it. I was hoping to engage with him a little bit before it got,
Yeah.
where
it
it went.
weird. I know. All right, man. Well, hey, let me bring you down to the comments because I got this guest coming up here, but I appreciate what you
I was going
offered
to
to the
disconnect
conversation.
myself after that.
No, you're good, man. Take care, okay?
So,
Have a good one. Hey, Steven, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, man. For TikTok TOS, what's your age?
58.
Cool. All right. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. How many of the people that have this gender issue they grow out of it, and then how many as adults keep going through it?
So there's not really a grow out of it situation. So whenever point you find that alignment, they kind of just settle into themselves. It's important to know that gender identity at its very core is the sense of self and how the world perceives you. So if you've cured that distress simply by allowing that child or that adult to have their autonomy in the way that they want to be addressed in the world, there's really nothing more to be done and the child will just grow naturally.
Yeah. Okay. How I see that 5% of people that have gender issues are also have been diagnosed with borderline personality disorders.
Okay. And what's your point?
Okay. Is confirming a delusion treatment?
Well, we've
So
already
borderline
had that
personality
conversation.
so we've had this conversation earlier. So again, gender identity, nothing about gender identity falls within the definition of delusion. And I don't know at which point you came into this conversation. So I'm not going to assume, but I'm just going to tell you the definition. So gender identity refers to a person's inner sense of self, either being male, female, or another gender, and it distincts from delusion. A delusion is defined in clinical psychology as a fixed false belief that is resistant to reason or confrontation with actual fact. Gender identity cannot fall within this definition, as I just gave you what gender identity is. So it is in fact not a delusion. And the other thing is when you're talking about BPD, which in a lot of spaces it's a complication or a comorbidity of other diagnoses. When you're talking about BPD, that is also not a delusion. And again, as I was stating earlier, if you do believe that someone is going through something that might be categorically a delusion, the last thing you want to do is call them delusional.
Okay. What is it borderline personality disorder?
What does that have to do with this? I don't like we're okay. Now we're getting an
What
echo.
does this have to do with?
Like we're getting into
Well,
a topic that we not like. That's not something we're qualified to talk on.
oh really?
I don't know what that has to do with the LGBT plus topic.
So I don't know what borderline personality has to do with LGBTQIA, and I don't know what borderline personality has to do with being trans. As it's been discussed earlier, being transgender is not a disorder. Borderline personality is in fact a disorder. It's in the
Yeah.
name. It is a mental health condition, but it is also it is a comorbidity of a bunch of other things. So again, I don't know where you're going with this. So what specifically do you have against trans people? I'm not sure where you're
Well,
going with
no,
this.
I don't have anything against trans people.
Okay. Well, so what
I
is it you're
just
trying to get to?
well, if 5.8% of the people suffer from borderline personality disorder, and only about the same amount continue with their gender issues into adulthood, wouldn't that be like indicative of a narcissist?
No.
I
So
don't know how you
borderline.
came to that conclusion.
So as I stated earlier, borderline personality disorder is a comorbidity in most cases. With borderline personality disorder, there can be mood instability. There can be self-image. There could be issues with relationships, which would be a comorbidity of the distress. And in a lot of cases, people that do have a distress as it pertains to being transgender are misdiagnosed with borderline personality disorder because it is not BPD, it is in fact the distress. And people do, in a lot of cases, continue their transition, but that is just falling into, again, their alignment, which does not, in most cases, include surgery. And I don't know why you are conflicting these three things when they are in no way, shape, or form the same. I'm sure the study you were reading will tell you that majority of people that are diagnosed with borderline personality disorder that are transgender are being misdiagnosed.
So let's try to stay on topic then, okay? I don't like. Can we not bring up random things that have nothing to do with being trans or gay or anything like that? Like, if you have an issue with trans people, just tell us your issue. Just
Well,
get to the
no,
point.
it's not an issue. I just don't believe that encouraging people to do things before they reach adulthood and the ability to
Okay.
have
You
decisions
you
and
don't believe
Stephen, can
that.
I
No,
ask?
but hold on. You don't believe that because if they are qualified to get, let's say they have cancer, right? And they need chemo and radiation. That's a big fucking decision. Are they qualified to do that?
well,
Are they qualified
we're
to do that?
talking
Yes or no?
about your
Yes or no? Are they qualified to do that?
yes,
Great. So they can make decisions.
and
If they break
with their parents' approval.
it, thank you. So if they break their back and
Calm
they need
down, Doug.
and they need back
Calm
surgery,
down, Doug.
Stephen, and they need back surgery,
Doug.
are they qualified to do it? Stephen, we're not doing this gaslighting thing. All right? I know that's what you need to
No,
do.
no, that's what you're doing.
Goodbye.
Is you're the one talking.
Goodbye. Not going to deal with that.
Okay, so for people that plan on coming up next, can you stop conflating disorders to try to prove a point when you don't know what the original disorders are? That's not how these things work. And again, I'm going to restate this for the people in the back. A lot of transgender people are misdiagnosed with borderline personality disorder when what they are experiencing is distress, and then they find what aligns them, and then they're able to live a life that is good. Misdiagnoses with borderline personality disorder, unfortunately, are common with certain other conditions. For the love of all that is holy, stop self diagnosing and looking at WebMD.
It's just it just they keep using the same exact fucking talking points in arguments, and I get it. That's that comes with the territory of doing this, but like it really gets annoying when they claim they care about something or they have a thought process, but they don't tell me that kids can't make any decisions until 18. You don't believe that. You just don't like trans people and you think that it's just all made up bullshit. But everything else that kids can make decisions for that you believe are okay, then that's fine. Just all I want is for you to give me, and I'm talking to you as in whoever would be the next guest, just tell me the real reason. Stop making up reasons. Don't tell me it has to do with kids not making decisions or this or that. Just tell us what it is.
Dean, as someone that works in social services, I agree. Every time I meet people with BPD as a diagnosis, there is something else going on, and I always send them to a secondary therapist for further evaluation, just so that they can aid in whatever is distressing them. But yeah, there is almost always something occurring that either knocks out the BPD or coexist with some of the same symptoms.
You guys can call in again on whatever the tube. Let me pull up the thing. Yeah, you guys can call in. So if you want to speak on anything, you're welcome to. The number is somewhere in the comment section. One of my mods keeps posting it. Yeah, I understand. First of all, you didn't spell hormone blockers correct. You spelled it very incorrectly. But yes, medications have side effects. Yes, every medication ever has side effects. I don't see what that has to do with anything. All right, guys, keep
I
tapping
also
and
don't
sharing.
understand why
Why
they
are we
seem to
only
get
at
so upset.
19K, guys? We've been live for God knows how long, and we're only at 19K.
I also don't seem to understand why they get so upset talking about transgender people when they're the ones that bring them up. There are other letters up there. Y'all know this, right?
Well, they're the ones who brought it up in the first place, around what
That's what I'm
2015,
saying. They get so
2016. Yeah.
upset, but they picked the topic.
I remember when it started. It was when Jordan Peterson, he was still like a professor or whatever the fuck he was. He started talking about trans people, and I remember that video or that thing became so big, and that's how he became big because he was talking about trans people, and conservatives just started gobbling his, you know what, in their mouth because they loved it so much. They made it the issue. It didn't have to be this thing. You guys made it that way. Your obsession was trans people made it this way. Meanwhile, half of you in the comment sections, we all know you guys look at trans corn a couple days a week, but you feel so embarrassed by it that you have to be hateful towards them to make up for it. I get it. It happens.
Somebody asked me what the disorder I was referencing earlier when I was talking about the fact that there is an actual diagnosis for people who cannot properly see themselves when they look at themselves in a mirror. And the condition I was talking about is dysmorphic in nature. That's all I'm going to give you.
How can I be a victim today? I agree. That's what conservatives do. Every single day they want to become a victim. That the whole world is going to shit because trans people exist, or because people on the left want universal health care, or whatever the fuck it is. You guys just make a problem out of it. Now Liam wants to come up. I'm not sure I want to have a conversation with him, to be honest. I don't know. You want to have a conversation with him, Buzzy? Liam? You know who he is, right?
I have no idea who that is.
You know who Liam is? The guy who lost the
No,
push-up contest to
Dougie?
Good Trouble? You know the guy who lost
No.
the push-up? Do you know the push-up contest with Good Trouble?
I know that Good Trouble gets in a lot of push-up concerts and does a lot of questionable things on his live sometimes.
I'm surprised you don't know Liam. Nah, we'll keep it that
Honestly,
way.
to be
We'll keep
fair,
it that
I've
way.
talked to so many people. Honestly, who's to say?
I don't mind talking to him at times, but just sometimes he goes off the wall. Some of your comments
There's a lot of
in
people that do push-up contests with Good Trouble. It's kind of funny.
some of your comments in YouTube, guys. I think your keyboard is stuck on caps lock. Might want to fix that. Again, people on the right that seem to obsess about quote unquote mutilating children, why don't you hold the same energy for newborn babies that are getting mutilated? That are happening like exponentially higher rates. Why don't you care about that? As soon as you put energy into that, then we can have a conversation.
Based off of his comments, he seems insufferable.
Liam, yeah. It depends. Every other time I talk to him, really, it's every other time I'll talk to him, and it'll be a great conversation. It'll be pretty civil. We'll joke, all that stuff, and then like the next time we'll have one that'll be like just completely just wild off the wall, insane stuff. It's very hit or miss with him. Do we have somebody else in the request box, or is it still him? All right, let's get to this one. Although I suspect it's a different account of his. Hello, Theist.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
how are you?
Fine.
How old are you? I just need to know your age for TikTok.
21.
Cool. What's up?
I'm just curious why you think we hate the LGBT.
Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. You voted for all the harm that's going to be that is and will be done to the LGBT plus community. You voted for them to be kicked out of the military for no reason other than them being trans. You voted for the executive order banning gender-affirming care for trans people, trans kids, which objectively helps their mental health. I just think you voted for hateful things and harmful things.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain things that I voted for that I don't fully believe in. Like if they want to go to the military,
Well, right. Well, but I understand you may have disagreements with certain things, but whether or not you like it or not, your vote goes towards it. And I didn't like everything about Harris by any means. I didn't like anything about really any candidate I've ever voted for. However, they never had anything that was going to affect the lives of like human beings directly. So,
well, I mean, the unaliving of a human in the womb is one, but that's a different subject.
yeah, well, it is because I don't believe it's a human. But
And nobody's ever specifically ran on that I voted for, nor do I know anybody that has publicly advocated specifically for that. That's a reach.
all I am saying is that even if you disagree with them being kicked out of the military, your vote still went towards it.
Yeah, I guess. I guess the problem though is that you're just kind of generalizing by
Yeah,
claiming that all
I
MAGA
understand
heads.
it's taken that way. It's not meant to be taken on a personal basis. Although many people on the right that I speak to do just seem to explicitly hate LGBT, but they have like very negative views towards them, very negative, very immature, uneducated views. Not all of them, but again, this isn't on a personal basis. It's on the basis of your vote.
Sure, I mean, I view them as human, as equal, 100%. I just don't agree again with
I'm
what
glad you
they're
agree.
doing.
I'm glad you agree they're humans. That's a good start. What is it that they're doing that you're against?
Well, I mean, there's no sort of goal per se, objectively speaking, within
What do you mean?
their
What do you mean by
relationship.
what do you mean by goal? Like what? Can you expand upon that?
Like heterosexual couples can at least procreate. That would benefit society somehow.
Right, but not all.
Same-sex couples also procreate through other means, and they still contribute to having children.
If having another person involved is what you mean, that doesn't count.
Well, that's still procreation, and there are some same-sex women couples where somebody in that couple will carry a child, which is still procreation.
What's wrong with
still
a
creation?
what's wrong
It's
with a
still
couple?
creation.
What's wrong with a couple being together who are very happy and just have no desire to have kids? Why is that an issue?
And also, if your whole stance is pro-life, then same-sex couples adopting children, same-sex couples adopting children and having children via surrogacy falls in line with your pro-life stance.
Right.
Or only pro-life when it agrees with whatever morals you've created for yourself, which are opinion in nature.
Right, and the more gay people and all etc. that are getting married, the less potential abortions there'll be. You should probably love that.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, you should be their number one fans for the fact that they are essentially the most stable family unit in the United States currently.
All right, Liam, I don't know why I'm going to give into your shit, but we can do a 2-2 thing. I'm fine with that. Buzzy, you're going to get introduced to Liam. Again, he's good at times. We'll do it too. I can do the 2-on-2 thing. Sorry, guys, in the comments. I know you're all going to hate me. Sorry. What's up, Liam?
Dude, I didn't bring a sword. I didn't bring a sword today. Okay.
All right. Well, hey, maybe it'll be one of the good conversations.
Doug, you're my bro. Okay, come on. We didn't vote the same ticket here, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, I don't have a problem. This is not going to sound good, but I don't have a problem with Trump, banning trans people from the military.
Kristen, sorry.
You're good.
Why is it that you don't have an issue with that? Like, it was near 15,000 individuals that were kicked out. Now you have to retrain, or you have to recruit and retrain now 15,000 individuals to make up for it.
Well, if a woman thinks that, hey, I'm a man and I don't need feminine products, once a month, I don't really want her carrying a weapon next to me. And if a man thinks that, hey, I'm having menstrual cramps, I don't want them holding a gun next to me either.
Well, I know, but you're not in the military.
There's actually, I understand that, but we're talking in generalities here.
Have you ever served in the military?
Have I ever served?
Uh-huh.
I have not.
So then why are you talking about military circumstances when that's not how that kind of conversation goes? Also in the military, there's a sense of camaraderie in which they're deeply supportive of each other. And actually, majority of the military do not share conservative ideology. So where are you going with this?
Buzz, did you serve in the military?
I'm a military brat. I never wanted to serve in the military. I had an option to. I mean, I did serve.
What do you mean by a military brat? Was that your mother or your father?
Multiple people in my family have served in the military.
No, mother, close family, immediate family, mother or father?
Both.
They both served in the military?
Mm-hmm.
What branches did they serve in?
I don't see why that's any of your business.
It's none of my business.
She's not lying. She's not making this up.
Is that a secret?
Her parents. I don't
I'm
know
not making
what
this a
I don't
public
know what
topic
we're
if you've
doing
done it
with
before.
this. I don't see what this has to do with
Let me
anything.
explain this. Let me explain this to you. We are, if we were raised correctly, we are a product of our parents. My father was a Navy SEAL in Vietnam. Okay, so
I don't see why that would
I'm very,
matter.
very, very close with my father, who he actually served under John Kerry, and he also he had trained to capture Apollo 13 on the West Coast. They had East Coast and West Coast. The Navy SEALs. Maybe you didn't understand that,
What
but
does
I
this
do
have to do
have
with trans
some
people?
knowledge. So no. She liked to come up here and talk about, I shouldn't be talking about service. So I want to
That's
see
not what
how
I
It's
said.
fine.
she's going
It's
to make
fine.
that. I want to
Okay.
see. No.
That's not what I
No,
said.
I
no,
know,
no.
but
You're
this is
gonna
not. This
over.
has
You're
nothing
gonna
to do with
tell
the
me I'm not
argument.
That's not what
qualified.
I said. That's
So
not what I
maybe you want to
said.
keep
Guys,
your mouth
guys,
shut until you
guys. This
finish
That's
has
not
hearing
what
nothing
what
I
to
I'm
do with the
saying.
said.
argument, guys. This has nothing to do with it. We are just
I get
talking
it,
about
but
trans
she
people.
wanted to speak up and
Okay,
flex on me, and
That's
she has
not
no
that's
what
idea
I
fine.
what she's
Okay,
said.
doing.
great. Whatever. Come on, it doesn't matter. We're
So,
talking about
Buzz, do you
trans
want to
people.
continue with the conversation and
We're
stop
talking.
flexing on me?
We're talking about trans
I
people being
wasn't
in. There
flexing
wasn't.
on you. I
I
was
think you took that
talking
personally,
about
man.
the sense of, yeah, I think you ran on your own ego for no reason. What I said is, if you have not served or witnessed that brotherhood or sisterhood firsthand, there is a sense of camaraderie within there where if one of the soldiers is experiencing something, it wouldn't be taken as a negative. Quite literally, they are very loyal to each other. And in most cases, they don't have conservative ideology in the military, which is exactly what I said the first time around. I don't care about your experience in the military. I was asking if you've experienced that kind of brotherhood or sisterhood, to which you said you didn't, and I was explaining to you how that works. Now, you took it on a whole new tangent, which makes no sense, which also understands why Dougie said what he said earlier. That's kind of crazy. But with that being said, yeah, it wouldn't be taken as a negative for one of your brother or sisters in arms to say that you are in pain or you're experiencing some kind of discomfort. As a matter of fact, they keep each other's secrets very well, almost too well, considering some of the legal ramifications of that. But that's a whole other conversation.
So again,
Wow. Okay, breathe for a second. Can
okay.
I speak?
If you're going to be an asshole again, no.
Okay, you want to continue monologuing? Go ahead. We
All
can
right.
listen to you talk in
This isn't
circles.
going to be a good conversation.
It's
I
going to
don't.
be fine. I just kind of wanted to speak a little bit, Doug. I mean,
All right.
whatever.
I just don't see why it's a bad thing for trans people to be in the military. Like why is that
It
okay
So
for
for
hasn't
the
other
hindered our
people?
longest
military
time,
in
so
any
now here
way.
she goes again, Mrs. Non-Polite here. So
After
anyway,
you went off on me for no reason because you don't listen and you wanted to stroke your own
no
ego,
reason.
you can go to
Okay.
hell forever. And secondly, they haven't hindered our military in any way, shape, or form,
I
Do you
know
unless you
believe in
have some
God?
data that negates
th-
Do
that.
you believe
they're.
in God, Buzz? Do you believe in God? Oh, well, I want to know, why would I go to hell if you don't believe in God?
All right,
Anyway, Doug,
listen. Trans people are
good
just
I never
human
said I
job.
beings.
didn't, nor did I
All
say
right,
I did, you
hold
dumbass.
on. All right, come on, please. Trans people are just human beings, right?
Yes, they are.
Some just want to be in the military. Some want to do this job, that job. If they're qualified to be in the military, they meet the the height, the weight requirement, the background requirement, the strength, whatever requirements. Cool, let them in. What is their gender identity have to do with anything? That's how I look at it. They're human beings. If they are fit to be in the military and they want to serve the country, fuck yeah, let them. That's great.
Yeah, they haven't hindered our military in any way. They haven't hindered our ability to go against our enemies or to carry out missions. So to treat them the way that we have treated them makes no fucking sense.
I do think sometimes we forget that they are human beings, right? Like we talk about them so much in the sense of trans, but they're human beings, right? That just happen to just
So
have something. What's up?
patriotism comes in all different forms, huh?
Sure, yeah. If somebody wants to serve
The
the
United States
country,
of America is known for being a melting pot, so
Can
yeah.
you stop talking over everyone, Buzz? Please. I'm not being insufferable. You're just even talking over the host as well. It's sad. Seriously.
so yeah, if trans person wants to be patriot, he wants to be patriotic, a black person, a Jewish person, who gives a shit? I think that's great for the country.
Yeah, well, I think that there's, the military is really not a joke.
I agree.
It's a part of the United States of America that protects. Okay,
Sure.
the reason that it's
I agree.
there is for when crazy shit happens in this country. Okay,
Sure.
we have to have our military,
Agree.
and so that's why when people that were like in same-sex relationships, attracted to same-sex, it was a thing for the longest time in the military was don't ask, don't tell. It's
Yeah.
like we're here to do a job.
Exactly.
We don't want to hear who you're in love with. Okay. I mean, there's paperwork that you have to sign, you have to fill out, and you have to if you've had gender dysphoria, or if you've been like diagnosed with that, you're not even eligible to enlist. Okay. So you have to have a clean record, clean slate. Okay. Even to enlist. All right.
You're talking a while ago, right? Or now?
That was a while. That was before. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have don't ask,
But
don't tell anymore.
I know, and I do want to say it in relation to the don't ask, don't tell thing. Like, you made it seem like, I guess, maybe you weren't purposely doing this, but the way I got it was that you were saying that, like, gay people go about talking about their love life and straight people never do that. Like, people, I was in the military, right? I was in the Air Force, and people talked about all sorts of, like, if they're married, they talked about their spouse, right? Like, that's,
Doug, you were in the Air Force?
Yeah, I was.
Wow, dude, I never even wait a minute. I never even knew that, man. Thank you for your service, bro.
I've never, it almost never comes
I
up.
literally never even knew that, dude. That's amazing.
We've just never had a conversation where it came up, but it's just like a regular job when you're at least not deployed.
Dude, I honestly, Doug, I never knew that about you. That's that's amazing, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, I went in 2012, November of 2012. I went in, and that brought me out to
You didn't
Arizona.
fly. You didn't fly, did you? Did you get wings?
No. You have to be an officer to fly. To be a pilot, I was not an officer. I went in enlisted.
Still, man, what an accomplishment! That's super cool. How long you were in for? How long? Sorry, I didn't
Just
hear
4
that
years.
part.
Just 4 years. I did
Awesome.
my 4.
Wow,
Yeah.
I just learned something.
Yeah. Anyways, my point is that it's just when not deployed, it's like a regular job, and people talk and they get to know each other, and we don't care what you're. I mean, I served with a guy who was gay, and he was actually one of the best airmen. He was more motivated than everybody else. He was better at his job, and all I'm saying is that anybody could be good at a job. Doesn't matter their gender, sex, or whatever.
Which is my point. There's camaraderie in the military, and regardless of what people know outside of the military, their brothers and sisters know what's going on. That was my entire point.
Is it frowned upon to be intimate or in a loving relationship with maybe your training partner?
I mean, stuff like that happens.
It does happen, but it's kind of like it's a hush hush thing, right? People are like,
if you're doing something with somebody in your in the Air Force, we called it your flight, like your group of people. It'd be one of those things that you try not to really make open too much.
Your girlfriend or your boyfriend is next to you and you're getting drilled by your drilling sergeant and it says, "Hey, get on the ground and give me 20." You get up and then give your girlfriend a kiss that's training right next to you. Maybe not the most,
military
professional setting,
I mean, the way you described it, not quite
would
like
allow
that, but
no workplace would allow no workplace would allow
maybe
that kind of decorum to take place, regardless.
Maybe Trader Joe's,
What? Have you been drinking?
I have not. I should be, though, speaking to you.
So you're just a dick on a regular basis. That's cool. Good to know.
I mean, I do have one of those. Yeah, I'm a human adult male. So
I don't know.
I was born with one.
You could be a eunuch. I don't know.
No, I was born with one. It's a big one too. But anyway, that's a different story.
I'm sure.
Well, the way you're swallowing yourself,
listen. At the end of the day, it's huge.
The way you're swallowing yourself, I believe it. Chuck Carter. Keep going.
Yeah, you know why dogs pleasure themselves, right? Male dogs.
Yeah, because you like to see and feel your own
because
balls.
they
Good job,
can.
puppy.
Okay, never mind.
Good job, puppy.
Why are you so mean? Who is this person up here? I'm
You
just
shouldn't
kidding
be mean
around.
to me. Well, if you weren't a dick before, I wouldn't be a dick now. Look at that.
I wasn't a dick. Whatever. I'm not
You
gonna.
definitely were. You don't dish out what you can't take.
Okay,
Keep
D.
swallowing
All right.
yourself.
Hey,
Keep
Buzzy,
going.
this is an amazing YouTube comment. You ready for this one? This woman, talking to you, is the white version of AOC and Elon Omar. You are the white version, Buzzy.
I'm white.
I guess you're white today. Yeah.
Oh.
I
You know, you should.
love the
Dougie,
YouTube
we're
comments.
practically twins.
You should bring Chris. You should bring
Liam, you would like
Kristen
to.
up here.
Liam, you would like the YouTube comments. They're very entertaining. I think you would like them because I've been streaming on the YouTube lately. They're
Oh, I would because they're a lot. You can get away with a lot more.
Oh,
for sure.
yeah, you would love them. I know you would. Kristen, if you want to come up here, you're welcome to. If you want,
I want to be beat down by two women. It would be great.
Yeah, I figured that's what this was about.
No, Kristen. No, I've known Kristen Ryder for quite a long time. I don't have a beef with her. She's cool.
All right, you got anything serious to say?
Oh, her boyfriend's down there too, Thickless. So he doesn't like me though. Wow.
I mean,
anyway,
I
You're
can
not
probably
really
see
likable.
why. I mean,
come on, Doug. Come on, bro.
You're not likable.
I'm not giving Doug any more compliments. I'm done.
You can save it for next time.
Yeah, man. You know, I just I don't hate. Listen, I can't have hatred in my heart for people that are in the LGBTQIA plus community. I want to
Then why did you
understand.
just
I
come
want
up
to
here and say
understand.
you're okay with them being kicked out of the military, you weirdo?
You did say that.
It has. Yeah, I did. Listen, it has. To, I did say that. I'm telling you why.
Okay.
It has to do with the utmost level of trust and respect. This is not like just a normal job.
Trust and respect. So
Wait
you're
a
telling
minute.
me,
Where
wait
people are not.
goddamn minute.
When people go to the office or they go to the In and Out, wherever they might be working on the job site or whatever, they're not carrying like weapons or anything. Okay, it's just a different thing. Okay, the military is.
But what does being trans have to do with that? And the same argument what you're doing was said towards gay people and lesbians.
I like you better when you're
Exact
swallowing
argument.
yourself. This is ridiculous.
Liam, all I'm saying, this exact same argument was said about gay people being in the military. Like exact.
I don't remember the argument that was said about gay people being in the military.
It was the same thing, that it's disrespectful towards the military. People wouldn't be comfortable serving next to them, etc. Like same stuff. But again,
Yeah,
Liam, I thought we came to the understanding that like trans people are just human beings. Gay people are human beings.
This is the thing.
They haven't hindered our military. Like at no point have they hindered operations.
It comes down to comfortability. Okay, it comes down to comfort, and it's kind of the same thing with private space, not private, but
so you can swallow yourself in front of 100+ people, but you can't stand next to a trans person.
So I'm not even listening to that. But anyway,
well,
it's like we have spaces. We have spaces set aside for people. Like if we go into like the bathroom situation, okay, it's a comfortability thing. It's like women don't want men in their private spaces. Men don't want women in their private spaces.
Women bring men into the bathroom all the time.
Wait a minute. If a dude with a beard and a pink dress on says I'm a woman and wants to go into a woman's bathroom, it's not comfortable for a mother with a child, okay? Same thing in the military, okay? When the majority of enlisted, okay, maybe even drafted individuals have to be next to somebody they're not comfortable with, you would say that they're a bigot for feeling that way.
Do we send children to the bathroom by themselves?
I mean,
in public spaces?
You're giving the same old cliche arguments that we hear like 24
times. In some cases, yes, children go into the bathroom. Wait a second. What is a child? Is that someone under 18 years old?
Yeah, you should be going to the restroom with them if you have a
But wait,
kid
Buzz. So yes, Buzz, I think 15, 16, and 17-year-olds going to the bathrooms by themselves. What do you think, Buzz?
That's a teenager. I said a child.
Is
Did
that
you
a
say
minor?
children?
Is that a minor?
I said child.
Is
I
it a
didn't say
minor?
minor. I said children.
Okay. So you don't. So minors and children. I mean, this is not really kind of a similar thing.
A teenager? A teenager.
When does the
Teenager that is capable of driving, going to a bathroom in a public space by themselves, not engaging with strangers, using the bathroom, washing their hands, and coming out is different than an over friendly 14, 10-year-old going to the bathroom. That's much different, right? Like a 16-year-old, or actually really depending on your child, as a parent, you have to make a judgment call. If you know that your teenager is overly friendly and likely to talk to strangers, you wouldn't send them someplace by themselves. There are a lot of parents that hold their children back from getting their license until they're older for that same reason. That's why some parents don't allow their children to have social media. Same concept. As the parent in the situation, as an effective parent, you should be able to assess your child's capabilities and ability to handle themselves. So your teenager is going to be handled much different than your 12 and younger.
Okay. So how old was your child when you allowed it to start going into the bathroom by itself?
I don't have children, but
Oh,
personally,
I knew
I
that.
was
I can
sent to the
That's not a
tell.
bathroom.
necessity for this conversation.
Wow, I knew that.
It's
I
not a
was sent
necessity for
to the
this
bathroom
conversation.
by myself when I was 14 years old.
Okay. I
You
want to
were
make it,
allowed to go in the bathroom by yourself when you were 14 years old.
guys.
Yes.
What
Oh,
does this have to do? We keep deviating from the topic. Like, how
and
did
how
we
many
branch out this
trans
far?
individuals were in your private space when you were that age,
Okay.
madam?
When we use the restroom, we alleviate ourselves. What does you being trans have to do with anything?
And also, women's bathrooms have private stalls, so nobody was in my space while I was peeing. Good job, Liam.
Is it true that trans women, in a lot of cases, don't have bottom surgery, Buzz? Is that true?
Again, when you go to the restroom,
No, I
Liam,
want to ask Buzz
I
this,
know what
please,
you're
please,
trying
dog.
to do. Nobody's going
No,
around waving their
what am
thing
I trying to
around.
do? Ask a
Cause
question?
I don't.
you're
They
trying to
would
elicit an
have because
emotional
they're in a
response
private
because
stall.
when you go to the
Sure.
restroom,
I'm
you
not,
alleviate
yeah.
yourself, Liam. What does it matter?
No, I get it. I understand that we all
So
alleviate ourselves in the
I
bathroom. I
understand
agree.
that. So why
But
is it a
Buzz,
problem?
my
So why is it
question
a problem
is,
that a trans woman? I know you're right.
I'm not
Sometimes
saying that's not the point, Doug.
you're right. Oftentimes, trans women have penises. So what?
And they're in
Oh,
a
wait,
private
Doug, I wanted to
stall, so
ask
it
Buzz.
wouldn't
I was
affect
asking
me.
Buzz. So
I already
often,
answered your question. They're in a private stall. Them not having a vagina does not affect me.
okay, so can a trans woman with a penis pee in a urinal?
Yes.
Or in
Okay.
a
Cis
toilet.
woman
Can
I
without a
a
don't
can a
penis can
understand.
piss in a
biologic
urinal.
can a biological can a human adult female pee in a urinal?
Yes,
Yes.
drunk women do it all the time.
She can
And
pee in. What does she do? Back up into it and piss down her legs?
no, they squat over it, you idiot. Do you know the anatomy of a
They
woman? What the fuck?
squat over it.
I don't
Are
know
you
what this
okay?
has to do with the topic. This is
Holy
Liam. This is
shit.
why sometimes I don't bring you up. You go so far off topic. This has nothing to do with what we're
I'm
talking
not
about.
off topic,
You are off
dude.
topic. There are
I
no
know, but you
urinals in a
you
ladies'
never wrap it.
restroom, and there are
Hold
private
on,
stalls.
guys. Please let me talk. It never wraps around to the point. You keep branching off to a new point, and you never bring it back. Okay, this is about trans people using restrooms. Why is that a problem? That a trans woman uses a woman's restroom, trans men uses a men's restroom. Why? Why is that a problem?
Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because a trans woman with a penis has a weapon between their legs, and they should not be
Oh,
in a
what?
safe space where women
Great.
are allowed to be.
I'm
So
Human
glad that
adult females.
I'm glad
are
that we
you
agree it's
implying
all
now?
men. Hold on,
Are
one
you
second.
implying now that every man with a penis has a quote weapon between their legs,
Right.
Liam?
Right.
I think that yes, I think that women get graped by men,
Well, then we
and
both
they get
acknowledge the fact that the problem here is
penetrated
men,
by men
not trans
from
women.
their sexual organ. Yes.
We both agree then that the problem is not trans women and has never been trans women. The problem is men, because in the
Cis
world
men,
that you
yes.
are advocating for,
Okay,
it's
stop
going
right
to
there.
No, I'm not.
So
The
you just
world
said that
you
a
are
man
actively
has a
advocating
penis.
for, the world that
So
you
you
are
just said
actively
that trans
advocating
women.
for, the world that you are actively
Oh my God,
advocating
this is
for,
great.
where you want trans women to exclusively go to the men's room and trans men to exclusively go to the women's room, will in effect make it easier for cis men to harm women. But you all don't ever think about the secondary and tertiary order of effects. Because what's stopping now a cis man from going into a women's restroom and saying, actually, I'm a trans man? What's stopping them, Liam?
Was that a salad of words, or what was that?
What's
Just because you
stopping them,
didn't
Liam?
understand
Bring up.
that, it wasn't a salad.
Let's do a 2v3. Bring up Chad.
Liam?
Bring up Chad, Doug.
What's
Is
stopping them,
is Chad
Liam?
opposition? If Chad's opposition,
He
I'll
is
bring him up.
opposition. Yeah,
Okay,
he's a good.
all right.
He's
All
a
right,
good
Chad.
guy.
All right, Chad. I'll
What's
bring you up.
stopping them, Liam?
There's
Hit-
literally nothing. There's literally nothing
please
stopping
do it.
people from walking to the
Hold
toilet.
on, Liam. Please do answer Thick's question though. I don't think you actually listened to him.
I am trying to.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what he said. Go ahead,
Okay.
Thick. What were you asking?
Clearly, speaking, the speed is not the fucking problem, because I'm not slowing down for you. It's the comprehension. In the world that you're advocating for, where you exclusively want trans women to go to the men's room and trans men to go to the
That's
women's
not what
room.
I want. You never asked me
In
what
the
I want.
world
You're making an
where
assumption.
you want
Ask me
trans
what I
women-
want before you
the
continue.
world where you want trans women.
Okay, now
to
he's making assumptions.
exclusively
Okay.
go to the men's room. Well, you don't want trans women in the women's room, do you?
I would like to have a third space for individuals that don't know their true sex.
How would that work?
Sex and gender are two different things, and we clearly know this. I'm going to demonstrate this very simply by asking you one simple question. If you and I are
It
standing
could be
in
like a
room
rainbow
together,
room
you
or
and I
something.
are
I'm not
standing in a
sure what it
room
would be
together,
designated as, you know.
Liam, sex and gender are two different things. I'm going to explain this very clearly. You're not going to be able to answer this incorrectly, or you're just dumb. If you and I are standing in a room together looking eye to eye, and I say, look at that female behind you, what species am I referring to?
What species? You're talking about a human adult female.
I said female, Liam. Why would you assume I'm referring to a human when I said female? I'm talking about a horse.
A horse is in the bathroom with you?
I didn't say we were in a bathroom, did I?
I thought that's what you said.
I
Where
said
are
if
you?
you and I are standing together facing eye to eye, and I point behind you and I say, look at that female, what species am I referring to?
I don't think anybody really says that. I think we say that now because you
If
guys
I
have.
say, look
Hang
at that
on, bro. I'm
female,
trying
Liam,
to
just
what
speak and answer
Liam,
your
just
species
roll it.
am I
question.
referring to?
Good God, dude.
Liam, just answer it in good faith. You know what he's trying to get at.
I
Fine.
am answering it in good faith.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Okay. The point is, it could be any species, right? When he says female, that's what he's trying to get
No,
at.
yeah, I understand. It could
okay,
be.
great. Okay, that's all he's trying to say. It could be any species. Okay.
So
Now
then
go ahead with
sex
the
and
rest.
gender are clearly
But
two
wait a
different
minute. But what do we
fucking
call?
things.
Wait a minute. What do we call a
Liam.
What do we call a
Sex
female
and
horse?
gender-
Hang on. What do we
Sex and
call
gender
a
are two
female
different
horse, bro?
things. Sex and
Thick.
gender are
Thick. What do we call a female
sex-
horse?
We
You
call it your
literally,
mom.
by saying female horse, you are acknowledging that gender and sex are two different
I
things.
can't answer a question, bro. It would be air.
I'm
Okay.
well aware.
You wouldn't say
but
a
by
horse
saying-
behind you.
By literally saying female horse, Liam, you are actively acknowledging that sex and gender are two
Nobody
different
says
things.
there's a female horse, you nut job.
By saying female horse, you are actively acknowledging that sex and gender are two different things.
No one says female horse. Thick.
You just did.
I didn't say that. I said no one calls a female horse a female.
That's never happened.
No, maybe somebody
Just called it
ignorant
a
like
female
Thick
horse.
says that.
So you're saying you're saying you're ignorant. Yeah, never mind. Never mind.
All right, let's let the other guests go. Chad, what's up?
Yeah, I actually agree with Liam on it. So, I mean, like, if you actually were raised on a farm or just a generalization out in a country, they don't just call it female horse; they call them mares. I mean,
No shit,
the thing
Sherlock.
is, that's what
I
I'm trying
think
to
you
say.
I think you
So the
guys are
mare, so a mare. Okay, I can't even finish. All
Good
right.
God, you
I know
both are
one quick thing.
dumb.
It's almost like you guys are purposely not answering the question just because you know if you answer it the way that you would naturally answer it, it would prove his point. Like,
So,
why are you
Doug, wait a second. One
It's like I
second.
know, but you
Doug,
guys are being purposely obtuse.
Doug, Thick, hang on. I will engage. I'm sorry. So, Doug, Thick said, what if there was a horse standing behind you? And I
No,
said,
dumbass,
no
that's
one
not what
He
I
didn't
calls
said.
say that. He didn't say that.
He
I
did
know,
say, fucking play
Liam.
it
Okay,
back.
He
okay,
did
all right,
say
all right,
that.
all right, all
He
right.
did say
He
that.
said
Okay,
that
okay.
100%.
Oh my God.
I didn't.
The
You both
whole
are
point
morons.
is, guys, you are.
Oh,
I don't
wow,
like
dude.
both of you.
What
are
did he
being
say? There was a
purposely
pig?
obtuse. Hold on. Both. Shush. You guys are both being purposely obtuse. The point is, when he says there's a female behind you, it could be any species. But when he says there's a woman behind you, it's not any species. We're talking about humans. That's all he's trying to say, and you knew that, but you didn't want to answer it because it would prove his point.
That's not
That's it.
true. That's not why I deflected
Cool.
from that. Wrong.
Well, I'm glad you
deflected.
deflected.
At least you were honest for once in this conversation.
Jesus
Good
Christ.
job,
I'll
Liam.
say,
Go ahead, Chad.
dude, I honestly, this is like a mind fuck. I mean, like, when it comes to the the LGBTQ community, it's just a giant mind fuck. I mean, they come up with new genders every fucking day.
No, they don't.
No,
Yeah,
they
they
don't.
fucking do.
Get a grip.
LGBT's website has 275 genders, dude. I'm not fucking kidding you. All their fucking
Sexuality is
website.
not gender.
What
Gender
the? So
and
sexuality and gender
not
are the same fucking thing. If you're a
They
woman,
are
you're
not
female.
the same
If you're a
thing.
male,
By
you're a fucking
scientific
male. If you're a
definition,
man,
they
you're
are
a
the
male.
same difference.
Wait, you think sexuality and gender are the same thing?
That's
I
what he
think
said.
sex and gender is the same thing, 100%.
You said
They are not the
sexuality
same
and
fucking
gender.
thing.
I think
Wait,
sex
if-
and gender are the same thing.
How are they the same thing if you just acknowledge what
Is
what
a
Fitz point was?
man a male? Is a man a male?
Not
is
all
a man a male?
Not all males.
That's
are
what I
men.
mean. This is exactly. You can't confuse with people's
Sexuality
bullshit.
Okay, I'm gonna
and
have to
gender.
mute you.
Jesus Christ.
Guys, we keep talking over each other.
I haven't
Holy
been talking
fuck.
at all.
Liam, I
All
feel
right,
bad for you,
all
bro.
right, guys, we have too many people. We keep talking over each other. Okay, we need to stop it. It's really bothering me. All right. If you acknowledge this question, you would have known that sex and gender are not the same thing. But you couldn't do
They're the
that
same
because
thing.
it would dismantle your entire fucking point.
They're the same thing.
They can't
Okay.
be the same thing because
They're
if not,
literally not.
they're not. Because if all males are men and all men are males, then that 5-year-old boy over there would be a man. That fucking 5-year-old male dog would be a man. It's not.
Boys are so males.
You know they're not.
So wait,
the
so
same.
gender is a social construct, Doug?
Psychosocial.
Chad-
Psychosocial.
Chad is bisexual a gender.
No, wait a minute. I want to
I
know
believe
this. So is
bisexuality
gender
is
can gender be a social construct?
It is.
It's specific
Okay,
to
so
humans.
Thick, was your mother a social construct, Thick?
Well, my mother's a terrible person, so I don't give a fuck.
No, was she a social construct?
Sorry, I
Your
didn't mean to
mother.
laugh, but-
Doug,
my
your
mother's
mic
a
is
raping
low.
bitch, but that's neither here nor there.
Doug, your
Yeah,
mic is
his
low.
mother was his mother. Wow, you really love women. There you go. Wow, that's cool.
Oh, I do love women. I don't love my mother. There's a
Okay, so
difference.
Chad said that gender and sexuality are the same thing. Okay,
I said, yeah,
Chad.
gender and sex are the same thing. Yes.
So
correct.
no, I said
How's my mic now? Is my
sexuality.
mic better?
I
My mic is
I
better
correct
now,
myself,
right?
said sex.
Yeah,
Is my
I
mic
said
better?
sex-
It's been good all along.
You're
Doug.
good. You're good, Doug.
All right, cool.
You're good now. It was bad a minute ago, but you're
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Buzzy's is too
said-
loud, but yours
I
is
said
good.
sexuality. All right, so gender and sexuality are not the same thing, right? And if that's the case, because you said that gender and sexuality were the same things, because I said
You might have said
sexuality
sex.
is by.
He might have said sex and gender and sex.
He said sexuality the first time.
Did
He
he
said
initially?
sexuality.
Okay, never mind.
No, I was trying to correct myself. I correct myself.
Okay,
said
then he
gender and
corrected
sex.
himself.
Okay,
He was
so you made a
referring
correction.
to sex and gender. Okay, get it right.
So
Sex does not always.
Wait
Wait a minute. Sex and gender are not the same.
How so?
Science is explicit in this. As a matter of fact, Doug, do you want to
Science
pull
is
up?
explicit in this.
Do you want to pull up the little internet screen that talks about the?
Actually, I believe in NIH.
As a matter of fact, go to Google.
I don't think they
Go to
value
Google and
science,
ask-
but sure.
I-
Well, hold on.
but I
Before,
don't-
Buzzy, do you
hold
think
on.
it's
I don't
Before
care
we-
about their opinions.
Before we even do this, Chad, do you value science and what the NIH would say?
I just
Or is
was saying. I said, do you believe in the NIH?
Okay, cool. I'm still low.
Well, I mean,
I don't.
can I
Everybody
ask-
else says I'm
can I ask
fine.
you-
So
Buzzy? Can we no longer have
Okay.
gender reveal parties? Is that wrong? Huh? Buzzy, can we no longer have gender reveal parties now?
Are you still sucking your own cock?
Oh, she can't answer it, dude.
It's a stupid question.
No,
why
you
you-
are stupid. Okay?
That's
It's
why
a
you don't see the
stupid
rainbow flag.
question.
You
Yeah,
see
that's
blue
called
or red.
silenced. Silence is what
No,
that's
that's
my
called
God.
you're stupid.
That's called DEI
Alright, what am I-
hires. What that's called.
That's
That-
called you're
DEI
stupid
has
and
nothing to do
racist,
with
you
that.
fuckface.
So hey, you guys believe in science, right? Okay. I'm just
That's
curious.
called
do you think,
stupid, you
do you guys
fuckface.
think-
You
hold up,
racist
Oh,
fuckface.
she's
do
angry.
you think?
No, I can show you angry.
Do you
But
think-
I'm
You
not
have,
angry.
you
You're
have.
still racist. You called me DEI
do you
in
think
response to your own hatred,
Do you
you
think
bitch.
transgenderism or transgender is a mental illness?
I'm
No,
not
it's
laughing, you fucking
No,
idiot.
NIH would disagree with you. 74% of males have gender dysphoria. As
Gender
classified as
dysphoria is not the
transgender.
same thing as being trans.
81%.
Hey,
Being
hey,
trans,
hey!
gender
I'm trying to
dysphoria,
talk to you.
have
Transgender and gender dysphoria are different things.
Well, then why is NIH classified as the same thing?
It is not
They
classified
don't.
as the same thing. It's
They
two
don't.
different things.
So I was trying to say,
Buzzy, you got a
NIH
violation
just
for
came
some
out.
reason.
You can pull it up. The NIH just
Oh,
came out.
darn it!
Okay, where does the NIH say it? So let's pull it up. Where does the NIH say?
Let me.
Yeah, sure.
I'll pull it up for you. I got you.
Okay. I want you to show me specifically where they say gender dysphoria and trans are the same thing. Because I don't think they say that. I think you're reading something incorrectly. In fact, I can almost bet money on it. Watch, he's reading it right now and realizes that he's wrong.
No, I'm just retyping it in.
Okay. Guys, if you're joining live, click the red follow button on the top left. On the tube, if you're joining, hit the subscribe button.
What else is new, Doug? What else you been up to? Working out? Working?
Yeah, working out. I got my clients I'm working out at the gym. Not much else, man.
You look like you live in the country somewhere or something. Are you out in the kind of the country?
Tampa, Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not so country. All right, is this link? Where's this link at, man? Chad?
I'm sorry that the chat is so triggered by my presence. I mean, it's crazy.
You are a racist piece of shit, so
Okay, cool. I'm glad you recognize.
Hey guys,
Yeah, I
pay
mean,
links
you
are in the
make it
bio
very
if you want to show support. While it's not needed, I do appreciate it, of course.
Are your
James.
fingernails painted today,
James
Pickles?
or Liam,
Whoa!
Liam, you just got a Galaxy. Look at that, Liam.
Dude, James, stop it. You don't need to do that. That's amazing.
You're rich.
I think
now,
that
Liam.
was for the people.
You're rich now.
I think that's for the people in the chat that were cussing me out constantly. That just makes the chat really angry when someone gets a Galaxy. Look at their eyes. Kristen's like rolling her eyes in the chat.
Chad, it's a little odd that you're taking this long.
No, I'm just reading. I'm just reading, just making sure before I don't
I
want
was
to sound
under the
stupid.
impression that you'd
Yeah.
already read it, considering you said that it.
I was.
like
I'm reading. So you know,
of
there's
your
22
brain.
pages, right, out of this report.
Why, just
you
find
know,
that
I
one
I only
part.
read 8.
But find that one part
Fine,
that
I
you
got
were
you.
referring to.
So you haven't read it. And also, Liam, you are racist. Literally, just referring to Buzzy as DEI is like that's just the new way for you guys to say the N-word without saying it, and we all know that.
Oh my gosh, bro, stop
But
it.
it would frankly just be better if you flat out said it.
Said what?
It.
What is it? Thick? What is that?
We all know precisely what you meant.
Is
Liam.
that what you talk about? What Dean Withers? The word that Dean Withers said? Got
Why the
caught
fuck-
saying?
Liam, why the fuck do you think I give a shit about what?
Because he's
Dean
like your
Withers
holy
says?
grail on the left. I got to bring up.
I
got to bring
don't
up.
give
I got to
two
bring
fucks.
up the
Liam.
youthful Jesus
Liam.
on your guys'
Liam,
side.
I do not give two fucks what some 23-year-old twink who is to the right of me thinks.
Oh, you're even further left than him.
I don't
So,
give a fuck.
are you
about
so
being
far
withered.
left that women actually get their own private spaces back?
I don't give a fuck about being withers, Liam, or the fact that you want so badly to be recognized by him and to tokenize Isaiah on a regular fucking basis.
I got a
You're
question for you,
racist,
Thickles.
transphobic
Thickles.
piece of
Thank.
shit.
I'm going to call you
I
Thankles.
don't give a fuck.
I'm going to
what
start calling you
say about
Thankles
anything.
from now on because I'm
That's
sure you have
fine. If you'd like,
cankles.
I can
Okay.
say your full fucking Christian name and address.
I'm sure you can, bro. You could dox anyone you want, and that's what you guys do. Go for it. Yeah, you just said that you like to do. What are you gonna do next? You're gonna embroider eat this fascist on the back of a shell casing, or what? Thick. What's next?
Don't threaten
All
me with a
right,
good
another
time.
one down.
There
Thickless,
you go, right there, Doug.
Thickless just got one, guys.
Double.
And then there's another one. Pussy and
Jams.
Thick
Another
got-
one bites the dust.
Jesus Christ, guys, come on. Now it's
Dude,
just me.
that was insane, Doug.
I honestly was disassociating that last couple minutes. I was on my phone.
He was threatening to put my private information out on TikTok. Everyone knows anyway, but come on, bro.
Yeah, well, kind of comes with the territory being on the internet.
Hey, I know, Doug. I know how to apologize to somebody if I say something inappropriate. Listen, and if
Oh, damn,
buzzing,
it cuts it off. Fuck. Well, it talked about 74% of trans men and 78.9% of trans women and trans men first experience gender dysphoria by the age of 7. So almost 80% of them at the age of 7 have gender dysphoria. And you're telling me that
why are you like?
transgenders don't
Wait,
have
you're
dysphoria.
talking about that like you're happy that they have negative thoughts.
No,
That's
it's
so
true
weird.
because transgenderism is
It's
basically
not
gender dysphoria. If 80% of them-
transgenderism. Stop it.
if
These are
80%
human. Hold on. These are human beings.
Transgenderism. That's a scientific word.
Stop. No,
So-
it's not. No, it's not. For one.
Yes, it is.
And secondly,
Fine.
transgender human
suffer.
beings.
80% of them
Transgender
suffer. Or
human
fine,
beings.
trans, whatever. What do you want? I'm not
No,
gonna
I want you to
fuck,
talk
just
about
trans.
them. I want you to talk about them like they're human beings and not like they're some science experiment.
They
they
are.
are human beings, dude. We get
Can-
it. It's
can-
just a lot. It's a lot to take in.
So,
Okay?
can I
It's
finish?
like-
but at some point you have
Okay.
to get with the program a little bit, right? Like
So,
I get
no, I don't
at
have to get
first,
the program.
but then you're just going to be left behind, right? The people who didn't get with the program,
You guys
the
are
people,
like 1 point.
the people who didn't get with the program when black people, when with slaves, with black and brown people, they got fucking left behind. Sorry. When it came to
Yeah, that was
civil
like
rights movement,
30%
you
of the
got
population
left
is
behind.
white.
When it came to gay people getting married, you got left behind. You're gonna get left behind on this one.
Okay,
So
you know
either
what's funny?
get with
Let's make
either
this-
get with
Doug.
the program, or you're just gonna be one of those asshole bigots who are 80 years old complaining how life used to be better.
That's why 77 million people vote for Trump because they want you guys to be left behind.
Cool.
Exactly
Perfect.
why you got left
So
behind.
and then when 81 million people voted for Biden, then it was the opposite. So you're telling me anytime somebody wins, then everybody wants the opposite of it. That's not how things
liked
work.
the policies that Biden
That's
had.
not how things work, buddy. That's not how
Okay,
things work.
so are we
Just because people voted for Trump, that doesn't mean all of them
Okay.
wanted trans people to not exist. Just because you are a transphobic asshole, that doesn't mean every single
Transphobic.
person
That's
who
crazy.
voted
You
for
see my
him
gender.
all wants that thing to happen. All right. And this has nothing to do, and you're also just trying to deviate from what you said. You said gender dysphoria and trans are the same things, and that's what this said. It didn't
so what's
say that at
80% of
all.
the-
And here's the deal, man.
I cannot.
I know because I am trying to talk, okay? Even if that were the case, you're talking about them, you're talking about it like it's a good thing, right? Like, not like these people are human beings who are suffering with severe depression and anxiety at times, who need help. And you're talking about them like they're just some throwaway thing that we could just talk about, that we could just politicize. So, yeah, I want you to treat them like they're human beings, and again, not like they're some fucking science experiment.
Can I respond now? Okay.
Yeah, you can respond.
So what I was trying to say,
But
is
you were
that-
wrong. You were wrong that gender dysphoria and
Jesus
transgender are the
Christ,
same
can I
thing.
fucking speak?
I want you to acknowledge you were wrong when you said that. Can you say that you're wrong?
What?
Did you?
No,
You
I was
said
trying to fit-
you
I
said
couldn't give
gender
my
dysphoria.
example without
You
you
said
cutting
gender
me off.
dysphoria and transgender are the same thing.
80% of trans.
You were
under
wrong.
age of
I
7.
need you to
Got
admit
it.
you're wrong. You were wrong.
Oh my god, Liam, I feel bad for us.
I
You
think
were
that
wrong.
honestly, Doug. You know what? If you're talking about a case of
He was wrong.
Civil case, and
He was
it
wrong.
only has to be 51%. He's at 80%. So
It doesn't
the
matter.
number is
No,
very
no.
high.
He said gender dysphoria and trans are the same thing. He was wrong. Just admit it. Like, be a man and admit it.
Sure. Be a
Okay,
man.
you were
All right,
wrong.
sure.
Thank
That's
you.
not really, but you know, wait a minute, Doug. I think the point is here in the military. This is
We're not talking about the military.
This is an illness.
We're not talking about the military. We're not talking about the military.
I'm not even talking about the military. The thing is, what I'm trying to say, Doug, majority of trans women and trans men have gender dysphoria, and that's a proven fact from the NIH. And I pulled you up to fucking NIH.
So let's maybe lessen that.
Do you know what that makes him? Doug,
hold on.
You're
No,
glorifying mental
stop
illness.
talking. I want them to not have these things. All right, get the fuck out of here. And you too, Leo. Get the fuck out of here. I want them to not suffer with these things. That's mostly put on how you guys fucking treat them. It was fucking wild to me that you were almost boasting about it. Like, oh yeah, they have all this fucking gender dysphoria. Isn't it so cool? Like, no, man. If you truly think that they have some mental disorder, mental whatever the fuck you want to call them, you should want to be able to help them. But you don't. You just want to continuously politicize them and hate on them and call them names and call them delusional. And you're the one feeding into that shit that you just showed me. You don't fucking care about human beings. None of you guys do. Because they're just shitty people who just want to constantly make fun of other people because you hate yourself so fucking much. Instant block, dude. Shed, you're out of here. Fucking ridiculous. Listen, I'm fine having this conversation. But it just like the way that you talk about them is starting to become extremely, I'm using this word very, very nicely, distasteful. Because generally that word is used for stuff that's far less shitty than how you guys treat them. But like, I don't think you guys realize how much you play into that dysphoria. Like, don't you think if society was constantly politicizing you and saying that you have a mental disorder and that you're not really who you are, don't you think you would probably feel a little like shit too? So maybe stop doing that. That would be a good start. I am not saying gender dysphoria is solely based on how society treats them, right? There obviously could be more to it, but wouldn't you want to minimize a huge part of it at the very least? And you should want to treat human beings nicely no matter what, though. And that's the concerning part about it. I don't think you guys really care about treating anybody in a nice manner. You just don't. You have no interest in it. You don't give a shit when people struggle with depression, whether they're trans or not. You guys just say it's soft science. Get over the depression. You don't need to deal with it. Whatever. Like, you guys don't want the betterment of really anybody, it seems. Unless they fit your specific niche of how people are supposed to look and act. You can't convince people to care about other people, Kat, unfortunately. If they don't inherently care about other people, then I don't think there's much you can do. And there are 100% times when I talk with conservatives who I can tell do care about other people, and I think they just need the right, I don't want to say like argument, but like the right way to sort of like lead them in the direction of voting for somebody and people that are actually doing the things that they probably do inherently care about. Because no, I don't think every conservative is like a shitty person by any means. Because I do talk with some who, again, I think are good people. And if they were just properly educated on certain things and not have all this fucking propaganda shoved on them, yeah, I think they would probably have different opinions on things. Hence why at times when we talk to people, they do change their minds. Well, it is rare. It happens, though. It doesn't happen for no reason. You never see somebody like it's almost never the opposite when someone is like a good person going the other way. It's always someone like realizing, oh shit, God, I voted for somebody who's an awful person who puts forward awful policies, and I'm gonna start voting for people that care a little bit more. You never see it the opposite way. Unless they're already a shitty person anyways. Apparently Trump has a 51% approval rate, according to a random YouTube comment, guys. Alright, no problem, Liam. According to a random YouTube comment, Trump's approval rating is 51%. Except that's not going to be it when I show you guys in a quick second. I know I show you guys this every day, but I kind of enjoy it. Well, here it is. Approval about 42%. 42.2. But hey, guys, it was 40.6 a few weeks ago. It's gone up 2%. There you go, Trump supporters. You got something to look forward to. However, though, his approval, because it's this is the confidence interval right here, so it could be anywhere between these. So it really could be as high as potentially as high as 46.8, but it also could be as low as 36. Just letting you know. And then here is his disapproval, or his net approval, rather. Yeah, line goes in. This is what you want to look at, the net approval, the difference between the approval rating and the disapproval rating. All right, let me get rid of that. Oh boy, what a day, guys, huh? Yeah, it got to me. It really got to me. I mean, again, I've been doing these conversations for a while now, really, and I don't think you can call that a crash out, and it probably was, but I don't think I've ever had a crash out like that before in the couple years I've been doing these lives and this topic in general. But like I even do it sometimes. When I was thinking about that when I was saying it, like I constantly have these conversations so much when I'm saying trans people. I sometimes forget we're talking about human beings for how much we talk about this topic, and I have to stop and think about that too. So it's not even something that like I'm just pushing upon them. I do that. And that is something I clearly can work on. But I think that just comes with the territory of doing these conversations. Sometimes you just get in the groove of doing it so much that you kind of, I don't want to speak for others, but it can be easy to forget that we are talking about people that have emotions and all sorts of emotions, good emotions and happiness and sadness and anxiety, and they have good days and bad days. Regular old people. And I think it's important that we stop and think about that when we're talking about any of these things, whether we're talking about trans people or whether we're talking about people who live on the streets or people that don't have health care. Like, it's easy for any one of us to forget that other human beings have the exact, I don't want to say the exact emotions we have, because people have different emotions, but we forget that like other people share the same human experience that we have on our day-to-day basis. When you're driving in a car and you're stuck in traffic, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in front of you and behind you, right, and a little bit on the side of you, and those are all people who are going to work or something like that, or they're going on a vacation somewhere, or they just got divorced, or they just met some, like, again, all human beings in that, when you're stuck in traffic, in all of those cars that we tend to forget about. And it's just easy to get caught up in like me, and that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with caring about ourselves. I think that's obviously a good thing. You should care about yourself. You should be doing everything you can to optimize your life in terms of happiness and whatever the fuck it is that you want out of life. I think those are all good things to do, but I think there is some sort of moral obligation to, if you can help other people in some sort of way, whatever you can give. It doesn't have to be something crazy. Some people who are very fortunate can help other people by donating millions of dollars, or sometimes billions of dollars. Sometimes it could be a thing as easy thing as just asking somebody like how their day is going. If you're at the grocery store, sometimes that can make somebody's day, just talking to them like a human being. I don't even know where I'm going with this, really. I think all I'm trying to say is that all of these issues that we talk about affect human beings. All of these, whether we're talking about taxes, whether we're talking about healthcare, or we're talking about like pharmaceutical stuff or health related stuff. We're talking about the LGBT plus topic. Well, any political topic we really talk about affects people. And if you truly cared about other people, I think you would want to vote for someone. And I don't even think we have even remotely close enough to the candidates as I would like that would truly help people the way I think we could if we all came together, but it's probably a pipe dream. But at least vote for the people that can do the most with what we currently have. Or at the very least, combat harm that other people are doing. You've been kicked off 3 lives. You weren't kicked off my life. We had a good conversation, Jaywood. And you're an example of someone, Jaywood, that I could tell you seemed like a good person. At least when we spoke, right? Maybe you're not. I don't know, but I could tell, and I think most people could tell this isn't like a unique thing of mine. I think most people can tell if you're talking to somebody, if they're like inherently a good person, depending on the topic that you're talking about, or if they're not. And you seem like a good person, and I think you're willing to learn, it seems. But again, it was just one conversation we had. I try to lead with their human first and not an experiment to be analyzed. No, and I think that's good to do, Buzzy, for sure. But like when we're talking about the restroom thing, or we're talking about sports or healthcare related to trans people or anything like that, I think it's important that you put yourself in their shoes, and I know that can be difficult to do, but you put yourself in their shoes and think, well, if I'm put in this position and I have to do these things that I'm advocating for, am I going to like it? Maybe not. But again, when it comes to the restroom thing, that has never been an issue. So I think anybody who cares about it, I think what you can do is just stop caring. Like, this is one of the issues that if you just stopped caring, it would go away. It's a completely manufactured issue that you can just stop caring about, and it would like disappear. Like, just like that, it would be an issue that is no more. But unfortunately, there's been legislation and stuff passed. So people who are in LGBT plus community can't just sometimes act like these things are gone, because it affects them. The only way I see it is some are getting worse because they realize they're losing. What happened in Kansas? What is it that happened in Kansas? I feel like I know, but you're gonna have to remind me. All right, I gotta look at the YouTube comments. I haven't looked at YouTube in like 20 minutes. Oh my god, we still have people watching? I am surprised I still have 35 people watching in the tube. I was expecting to have like 4 after I just kept talking about random ass shit. Jesus loves me? Maybe. Yes, you guys can call in. There is a number for you to call in. I don't know if my mod has put it up recently. If not, I can put it up. I'll put it up on my screen real quick. There you go. That's the number to call in if you wish. Yes, you're just supposed to not care that other people exist. Nico. You can just stop caring because trans people always existed until Republicans told you to care about them. So maybe just go back to that time period before they told you to before they told you to care about them, and that's how that issue would be fixed. Isn't that crazy? I'm really giving you guys a huge thing here to help you out. Yeah, you can literally just stop caring that trans people use certain restrooms that you don't like them using. Because, like, no harm is being done, so if you just stop caring, it would be okay. You would be fine. It just takes you letting go, which I know is very difficult for some of you to let go. But that's what you're going to have to do. But it's going to happen eventually. I don't like whether you like it or not. It's going to happen. As I was saying to the guests before I kicked them, any issue that is considered to be progressive, that will be, because there's going to be more issues later on in society. This isn't the last thing to happen. There's going to be things with like AI, whether we should treat them like human beings at some point, and there's going to be issues surrounding that. For sure, there will be. But anyways, my point is, there are current issues, there are past issues, and the shitty people back then had to get over it as well. They had to get with the program, as I said, right? There was a lot of people who were angry that slavery was abolished. There was a lot of people who were angry about it, but hey, that just fucking happened, and they had to, again, get with the program. Because the more they got angry about it, it wouldn't really help things, right? We moved forward in a society where we realized having slavery was probably not a good thing. And yes, I understand there's still plenty of issues, but you guys get my point. And we're talking about, again, the civil rights era as well. Same thing. A lot of people were angry about it, but they had to get over it. Gay people getting married, same issue. This is just yet another thing. You think this is just like a different progressive issue that somehow isn't going to pan out like every other issue? It will. It's just going to take time. And unfortunately, some people may get hurt in the process. Unfortunately. All right, let's talk to this guest here. God, it's 1 o'clock? What the fuck? Keep tapping and sharing, guys. If you're enjoying live, make sure you sub to me on the tube if you're enjoying it. And on TikTok, hit the follow button. Por favor. Hey, Gold. How you doing? Gold, how are you doing? Gold going once. Gold going twice. Gold is gone. You're welcome to come back up. I don't know what the fuck that was, though. Donald Trump is contributing. Donald Trump is contributing more to LGBTQ than any other president. How so? I'd like to hear your argument on that, Brian. I think that's an interesting thing to say. But it's weird because, Brian, a lot of Trump supporters that I talk to really dislike the LGBT plus community. So they would be really, really displeased with Trump that he apparently has done more for the LGBTQ community than any other president. So that seems very antithetical to what his supporters would want. Kansas basically revoked every trans person's driver license. What was their reasoning for it? I'm just wondering, like, what excuse they used to make that happen. The whole comment section is pro-Trump. Well, no shit, it's YouTube. No fucking shit. And the whole comment section on my TikTok is anti. What's your fucking point? This is why, again, you guys don't understand anecdotes. You guys think, oh, there are other people around me that like Trump. Therefore, everybody likes Trump. Because you guys can't grasp the idea that there are other human beings outside of the ones that are next to you. Which in of itself is a conservative viewpoint. You guys don't like that other people exist, it seems. A lack of diversity. Hence why people who live in a city tend to be more progressive, because there's more diversity. So they can understand other people's perspective a little bit better on average. But yeah, just because the YouTube comment section is mostly pro-Trump, I don't see what that means. But when I show you the polls of him being down, then those are fake. You have created a reality for yourself where you can never be wrong. Ever. Any negative thing that comes out about Trump is propaganda. It's not true. It's manufactured by the left. It's fake news. But anything bad that comes out about the left is true. Oh, look. I got a phone call, guys. Let's talk to whoever this may be.
Call from
Ronan.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail,
I don't think this
press
is going to
2.
be a good phone call. Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I just need to know your age.
I am 20.
Alrighty, what's up?
I just want to know your claim first of all, so then we can get into it.
Well, I don't know how long you've been watching live. Like, just my claim in general about what? Because we were talking about different stuff prior to you calling.
Okay, I thought, like, just on the screen, I saw like the MAGA hates LGBT claim. I thought that was like the main thing.
Yeah, I as I always say, I don't know every person that voted for Trump, and I don't know how you are personally. I've spoken with some Trump supporters that will respect people in the LGBT plus community despite some of their beliefs. I've met people that flat out say they hate gay people or trans people or whatever. But that's not my point. My point is that if you voted for Trump, you're voting for somebody who is espousing hateful rhetoric and putting forward hateful and harmful legislation.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll first get into who I voted for and stuff, so that you sort of get a basis. I voted for Trump, but I'm not MAGA. Does that make sense?
I mean, I see what you were trying to say, but if you voted for him, I think you're still voting for all of these things that are harming the LGBT plus community. Mel, thank you so much for the raid.
What do you think is harming?
Yeah, I think, well, not I think, he spent $250 million when he was running for president on anti-trans propaganda. While nobody on the left, well, no Democrat spoke about it. Harris didn't talk about trans people at all.
And this was to get votes, right?
Yeah, because Trump knew that if he got people thinking about trans people, they would be more likely to vote for him.
Yeah, I think some strategies on both sides are very, very poor to get votes. I don't really think that's necessarily a hateful issue as much as it is just abuse of trying to get votes.
Well, so then he's harming an entire population of people just so he can get a vote.
Yeah.
And that's somebody that you want to vote for?
So.
I have many problems with Democrats. I can't think of a Democrat that would do that to an entire group of people, lie about an entire group of people just to get a vote.
What were some of the lies?
About trans people? That you go to school, your kid goes to school and comes back trans. That's not a thing. Or that kids are getting mutilated, they're deciding to get surgery. Like, these are all just made up things.
I thought I heard something about a kid in I don't remember what state it was, but it was in the State of the Union address. He actually brought out proof that it did happen, that they were trying to transition the girl and keep it away from the parents.
Who was trying to, quote unquote, transition a girl?
The school district? I don't fucking know. It was, I don't know the individual person, but it was a story, and
who?
And we actually got to see the girl.
But like who? So you're telling me that
teacher? I think it was the teacher, I believe.
Oh, okay, so what is it that exactly happened, though? Because I don't think you can just state what happened at the State of the Union as a fact.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I really respect this.
So what happens?
I don't necessarily know all the details. What do you ask?
Well, I'm asking what happened because what I am trying to say is there's harmful misinformation when it comes to specifically trans people.
Of course there is, and I think it's gone too far. And I think that what MAGA is doing is generalizing it, but there is some tiny bit of truth to it. But it's not like
what?
Everyone is bad, you know, like they're kind of stating.
So what's the truth though? Like what is it that you're referring to?
I believe that teacher put it in the child's mind that she might have been born in the wrong body, and then they sort of went to pursue that, and it was hidden from the parents. And when the parents tried to do anything about it, the state actually took custody of the kid instead.
Okay. Well, again, I think that's something you're going to have to provide evidence for, but you can't like convince somebody to be trans. Like you either are or
I
you are
understand.
not.
But not on an older age. When you're younger, you can obviously be persuaded, because that's like you can't really think for yourself when you're at a younger age. You know what I'm saying?
So what could have been done to you at a young age to make you trans, quote unquote?
Man, I have no fucking clue. Probably just putting ideas in my mind, saying, well, literally anything. You can just say something to a child and they'll believe it. Realistically, you can.
So I can tell my okay.
Santa.
So I have a nephew that's going to be 6. You're telling me I can tell him he's an astronaut and he'll believe me?
Yeah.
Really? He'll just believe he's an actual astronaut. An actual astronaut, really?
Wait. What was the thing that you asked though? Wait, sorry. I thought
you're telling me that you can make a kid believe anything. And number one, what motivation would somebody have to, quote unquote, make a kid trans? What would they stand to gain from that?
Trying to get someone for the political movement in the future.
So one individual they want to make trans for a political movement? How would that work?
Why not?
How would that work?
Well, I mean, why not?
Well, that's not an answer. Yeah, I'm asking you how that would work. So adding one trans person to the group will do what?
It'll add another person to the group. I mean,
so you're telling me there is a widespread effort, I guess, amongst teachers?
No, I never said widespread. No. I actively said MAGA makes it look widespread, but there is a couple of instances. That's what I said. I didn't say it was widespread.
So there's a couple teachers that want to make kids trans for the movement of what?
Ideology. I don't know what their motives are. I just know the instances
what
was reported by children and parents.
But if you don't know the motives, then why would this be happening in the first place?
I don't know. I just know what happened because it was reported by the children and the parents.
But what I'm trying to get at is that it didn't seem like you got the full story, right? Because there's a lot of holes in it.
I probably didn't. No,
I
know.
I know.
A lot of holes, but I got some of these instances that I've heard of, and I'm literally actively saying MAGA's wrong. It's not widespread. It's not this like incredible insanely weird militaristic bullshit like radicalizing children effort. That's not what I'm saying. The exact opposite. But I am saying there are a couple of instances that are a little bit disturbing to think about. But
Well, what other instances are you referring to?
I saw a very viral one, about a year ago on YouTube. I don't have a computer with me, but after I can probably pull it up and send it to you if you want.
What is it based on? Like, what is the thing?
It was basically the same thing.
I think we would have to see evidence of these things specifically.
No, of course.
Okay.
Of course. Unfortunately, I don't have a computer I can just pull up right now because I'm not streaming right now. So, but I can send it to you after if you like.
Okay, but I don't see what this has to do with the overall topic. In that, I firmly believe that the things that Trump.
No, I think we got a little bit sidetracked.
Right, but I just can't imagine voting for somebody that is going out of their way to harm this group of people. And not to mention,
I really don't think he's going out of the way to harm them. I think he's going out of the way to try to protect some. I need to be careful with my words because with issues like this, it can just out of context, you know. So I think. Instead of harming, well, first of all, he was very, very supportive of gay marriage. That's one thing. He actively tried to protect that. So I think that's good.
What do you mean he actively tried to protect it? It was already legal by the time he was president.
I know, but a lot of Republicans were trying to turn it to be illegal.
But that's happening right now. There are states that are doing that, and he doesn't speak out against it.
It's not that widespread of an issue like it was like 10 years ago, though.
No, there were like 7 states that are trying to overturn that are trying to overturn the case, and he's not doing anything. Yeah, I forget what states they were specifically. Michigan was one of them. I think North Dakota was another. I forget what all 7 were, but yeah, there were 7 that were trying to overturn it because they thought. They didn't want that within their state.
Well, first of all, my view is that's horrible. I respect all people, and I have my own certain views on things, but I don't let that get in the way of humanity, you know? I support gay marriage. I think that there are more pressing matters because I don't think that's going to get overturned. I really don't think that's going to get overturned. It'll take a tremendous amount of votes to get overturned, and they're not going to get the votes to do that. I really don't think. So I think that's a less pressing matter on Trump's agenda. But I'm pretty sure he will speak out against that if it gets to if it's really threatening the integrity of gay marriage.
What would be threatening?
Oh, everyone wanting to make it illegal.
You really think that he would do something to stop that?
What did you say?
You really think he would do something to stop that?
No, but he would speak out against it.
I don't think. Okay, I think we're gonna have to agree.
He
to
has
disagree on
before,
that.
though.
Okay, all right. Anyways, in relation to the topic, though, right? Okay.
I think what's going on is he's trying to get rid of some harmful things that have been going on.
Like what?
But at this, huh?
Like what sort of things are you referring to?
Well, just what I said before, the issues with the teachers and the children. That's one thing. Keeping men out of women's sports, because that has gone violent. If you look in the women's boxing, there was a woman boxer who faced a trans male. The trans male just fucking destroyed her in one punch.
Who is this?
Really bad.
Who is this individual? Who?
Huh?
Who? You're saying a trans woman did what?
It was in a boxing match. It was a trans woman versus a what was it? MMA fight. I don't know. I saw a clip on YouTube.
What was their name?
What was fucking hell? I don't know. I just know that it was an MMA fight or something. I saw it, and it was one of the examples that was used of why women should, trans women should be out of women's sports.
But I don't see a good argument for it because first of all, even if that were true, right? Because most of the time that I hear stories about this trans person doing this or that, first of all, there's a couple cases of them not even being trans at all. They're just quote unquote accused of being trans. For one, there is that, which actually harms cis women, actually, but that's a different topic. Secondly, yeah, sometimes people beat people in sports, but you never hear about the stories of trans women losing to cis women, right? You never hear about those for some reason.
That happens all the time.
Right,
No,
but
you don't.
I know, but the point is
ideology.
the point is that we don't see trans women doing better in sports at any higher of a rate than cis women at all. Of course, the times that a trans woman does well, of course that's going to be highlighted, right? Just for political purposes, it's going to be. But if trans women were quote unquote dominating, we would see them coming in first all the time, breaking records in all sorts of sports, and we don't really see that happening.
They do though.
We don't see that happening at any. But there are cis women who break records and come in first. Why is that not a problem?
You know about Leah Thomas, right?
Yes.
And you know about I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but Sadie. I'm trying to. It's a hard name to pronounce, but she is in track and field. She's another big example, and Anne Andres. You know about these
Yeah. So what
powerlifting, track and field, and swimming.
What about these people? Like, what are you trying to get at? Again, there are some trans people who do well in sports.
Yes, but they all have broken the records, world records for women's.
But Leah Thomas's record was broken by a cis woman, like incredibly shortly afterwards. So,
yeah, but the fact that she is able to get that high of a level is quite.
But once again, trans women aren't breaking records at like crazy rates. Again, there are examples in which you can find that, but let me say it like this, because I don't think you're understanding. Let's say there's, I don't know, a million cis women that compete in sports, and at any given year, 100 of them, break crazy records or something like that, right? That's 100 out of a million, whatever that ratio is. And then you have like 100 trans people that compete in sports, and every year you have, I don't know, like whatever, or you have 1,000 of them competing, and one of them every single year break a record. The ratio is no different, is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're just going to see examples of them doing well, but we just don't see it happening at high rates, is my point.
There's a UN study that reveals that transgender athletes have won nearly 900 medals, and this is back in 2024, so... But that's an
hold on.
high rate.
No, it's not. That doesn't explain the rate.
Well, then what does?
The rate would be that there are X amount of trans women competing in sports, and on any given year, a Y number of them break records, and that ratio is no different than when you see a certain amount of cis women competing in sports and them breaking records.
Yes, but the issue with this is it's not like soccer, football, when everyone's put into one category. These are over multiple hundreds of different sports with only one trans athlete in the group of like how many people? 5, something like that. So
I don't understand your point, though. Your point is that you don't like it that some records are being broken by trans women, but you're not, because you don't like it when a trans woman breaks a record, but when a cis woman breaks a record, that doesn't seem to matter at all.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm fine with trans women breaking records. I'm just trying to show that trans women are more dominant.
You haven't shown that. You haven't shown that. You have not shown they are more dominant.
I just...
No, you didn't. You just said there's a number of them that got medals. I can show you thousands of medals that cis women have gotten. That doesn't mean that they've got...
Of course, because there's more cis women.
I understand, so we have to look at the ratio if you want to do it that way.
Can you look up the ratio on your screen?
I don't think you're going to be able to... Okay. What I'm trying to say is, number one, there are hormone levels that they have to be able to be within to compete with cis women, right? So if you're a trans woman, you have to be under a certain level of testosterone. You have to be in this certain range, right? So they have to be within that to compete in sports. Okay.
Muscle mass doesn't change. Bone density doesn't change.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You're telling me if I give you estrogen for 2 years, you're going to keep the same amount of muscle that you have?
Not the same amount of muscle, but your bone density, yes.
Your bone density won't go down, or won't remain the same. Of course, it'll go down if you lose muscle mass with it.
You can't change your bone density. That's just biological.
Your bone density? What are you talking about? Your bone density can change. Of course, it can. Straight. Yes, it can.
Get older, though.
But yeah, if a woman, for example, an older woman has osteoporosis, she can strength train and increase her bone density. You can absolutely change it.
Yeah, but how do you remove your bone density then?
Yeah, so if you're going to be losing muscle, you're going to be losing strength, your bone density will follow suit.
Is that really how it works?
Yeah, you'll lose bone density for sure. There's plenty of research done on this.
Well, I mean,
but we have to think about this logistically, man. There are 3 possible scenarios in which this is always about trans women. It's never about trans men. There are 3 possible scenarios. You can have them compete with cis men, right? Who have 10 times level of the testosterone they do, right? Cis men.
No, that can't happen. No.
Right. They can compete with trans women who have the same level of testosterone that they do. Or you can ask them to compete in their own category, but there's not enough to do that. The only logistic thing for them to train is with cis women. The category that has the same testosterone levels they do.
Yeah, I understand that. In my view, isn't necessarily MAGA's, but I'm just explaining why I think that MAGA doesn't necessarily hate these people. They're just trying to do it for logistical reasons to get rid of some what's the word?
But they don't really care about sports, though. They claim to care about women, but they don't really. At all.
They don't care about women?
No, because transphobia affects cis women a lot. There's been numerous examples of cis women, again, being quote-unquote accused of being trans and have had harm being done against them. This harms cis women as well. And
wouldn't you consider barring trans women who have raped women in women's bathroom protecting women?
Wait, what?
You just said they're not trying to protect women.
No, I don't think that Trump supporters, MAGA, whatever you want to call them, I don't think that they really care about protecting women now.
Well, how so? How so? This is a whole other basket of whatever. How so?
Well, gosh, man, a whole lot of things. Again, transphobia affects cis women. Being pro-life harms women's ability to choose what they want to do with their own body.
How so? Well,
how so to which one?
Well, here's what I understand about pro-life. I'm not into this issue. I don't.
Okay, I didn't mean to get an entire abortion issue. All I'm trying to say is that their policies don't help women at all. There isn't a single policy put forward by Trump or conservatives in general that help women at all.
From what I understand about the pro-choice, I've heard some studies from the UW Medicine that some of the pills in abortion operations are very dangerous to women, and a lot of women are very regretful that they've had it and have some health issues afterwards.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, it's a dangerous operation, though.
Okay, well, number one, it's their choice to do what they want. If they don't want to be pregnant and they want to have a treatment that potentially can be harmful, as long as they're aware of the risks, it is their body and their choice to do that. However, though, being pregnant comes with its own risks as well, right? There's a lot of risks associated with being pregnant.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into the.
I'm not trying to get.
necessarily the debate
I'm
of-
not trying to
of
get
the-
into
of the
nitty.
coach.
I don't want to get into nitty gritty of this either because we're none of us are women.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is that there are no policies of MAGA that support or help women. And this whole LGBTQI thing is just a whole facade just to get more votes. That's all it is. They don't care about anything trans people are doing. Trans people doing well or not doing well in sports affects fucking nobody whatsoever. Them using restrooms, they've always been able to use whatever restroom they wanted. Nobody gave a fuck. Trans kids getting healthcare, well, that helps them. There's this again. It's a whole facade.
What kind of healthcare?
Well, gender affirming care could be something as simple as them wearing longer hair if that helps them feel more feminine, or shorter hair if it makes them feel more masculine, or it could be something as seeing a therapist or a psychologist. That could be gender affirming care. That's a form of gender affirming care. Yeah, that would be a form of gender affirming care. Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the pills that they give the kids to reduce testosterone at a young age?
I mean, I don't think we're doctors. I don't think you and I are ones that would ever make that decision. And I think it's weird that we're talking about something that somebody who's gone to school for 10 plus years can make an incredibly more intelligent decision than you or I.
No, but I wouldn't be making my decision based off of the science of it rather than the
You wouldn't make your
common
decision.
sense of how laws work in general.
You wouldn't make your decision off of science?
No, here's
Why?
what I think, right?
That's weird.
Well, here, I'll explain it. So basically, we are not allowed to vote until we're 18, right? We're not allowed to drink until we're 21. I think that should be 18 as well, or voting should be one. I think it should all be in one category because having gender affirming care with these, what's it called? Reduced testosterone pills or whatever it is. That's a big thing in life, and I personally think that should be barred just until you are a legal adult. Because if it falls onto some other adult and it goes horribly wrong, then they're liable, and it's a whole shit show.
Do you feel that way about every other form of healthcare? Do you think? Really?
Yes.
So every other form of healthcare, you're saying that somebody should wait till 18 to get any form of healthcare.
Yes.
Okay, so if they have a tumor, if a 15-year-old has a tumor, they have to wait until they're 18 to make the decision between getting surgery or possibly. Really? Okay, so what about the parents deciding when it comes to trans healthcare?
Well, they should decide then. Just
Okay,
until 18. That's a huge decision to make.
Well, but then you don't feel that same way about the tumor, though. Should they wait till 18?
The parents should decide.
So why shouldn't the parents decide when it comes to the trans one?
Oh, I just said that. They should decide.
But that's how it is. I mean, it's with the kid, though, like, depending on their age. I mean, it's not solely the parents deciding. I mean, for the most part, I guess it would be. But, yeah, I don't understand your point then. It sounds like we agree.
Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough then.
But you brought up the topic as if it was a problem that trans kids are getting this or that, and then we both agreed that it should be up to the parent along with the doctor.
Well, I think we do. I'm not 100% sure. I do have to go, but are you streaming like anytime soon? Otherwise?
I mean, I've been streaming for a while. I don't know how much longer I will be, but in general, you can call back. I stream most days out of the week. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant! Is it all right if I come back a little bit more prepared? I just came in trying to get basic points across. So I'll bring all of these statistics and stuff to our next time you stream. Yeah.
If you happen to have the data on it, yeah, sure. I think that would make the conversation a bit more productive.
100%. I mean, it was a pleasure talking to you, and I support the debate, and I absolutely look up to you for this. So thank you so much, brother.
All right, man. We'll take care. Okay.
You too, man. Cheers.
All right. You as well. Well, okay. I don't really know what that was, but okay. The phone line is open. By the way, you guys are welcome to come on up. I don't really know what that was, but you call it trans, I call it autogenophilia. Okay. You can go on anything that you want, whatever makes you happy. I was forced to transgender when I was 3. I'm sure you were, buddy. I'm sure you were. It is a late night stream. Where's Erica? It's 6 a.m. by her right now. Know if a woman is in danger when she's pregnant. I can see her health, but most women use abortion. Is sex or bot? What? I don't know what the fuck half your comments mean. A Discord call? If you're in my Discord, sure, you can call. That's fine. Yeah, guys, if you don't want me knowing your phone number, I get it. I'm not gonna do anything with it. I really don't care. I forget about people very quickly, but I understand if you don't want me having your phone number. That's a fair concern. You are welcome to join Discord and call there as well. I'll put my Discord link in there. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can get it over here. I really need to put it in my bio of YouTube. I keep forgetting to do so. All right, here we go. All right, I put it in comment section right there. Although it takes a minute or two to like be able to join in and get accepted. Opinions on gender-affirming surgery for adolescents. It's a non-issue. It doesn't happen. I don't know of any trans people that get surgery as an adolescent. In fact, I think I really can't think of a single trans person I've spoken to that disagrees that waiting until 18 for at least that part is fine. But yeah, follow WPath, yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't happen. Like I don't know where this idea occurred that 8, 9, 10. Like I've even heard people on the right say like 9, 10-year-olds are getting surgery. That's ridiculous. Why would that happen? Why are people protesting about it being taken away? Show evidence of it. Why are the first 3 letters trying to separate? Show evidence of it. You guys getting your talking points emailed to you doesn't make it true. I understand that got emailed to you guys a couple months back to start saying that the LGB wants to be separated. You need to provide data that the majority of the LGB is trying to separate them, other than the 2 gay people and 2 trans people that you know. Again, because that's always your guys' evidence. Well, I know 2 gay people that feel this way. Therefore, all gay people feel this way. It's like 5-year-old mentality. Like 5-year-olds have a better grasp of reality than some of you guys, it seems. I couldn't imagine going about my life basing my entire worldview off of the people that surround me and believing and thinking that everybody feels and thinks that way. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you need data for sure. I don't like that should go without saying. If you're going to make a claim, you have to provide evidence. Positive claims require evidence. So, yeah. How do you call? Let me see. Let me see if I can find you. I assume this one is you. I'm just gonna go ahead and call you right now. All right, I'm giving you a call. Are you there? I think it's ringing. I think you may have to accept it though. Goopster, I assume this one's you. I don't want to read the name out loud though. I mean, it's not like it's your first or last name or anything, but Amber Lamps. Yeah, okay, so that's the one I'm calling. I just tried calling you. You have to go back into Discord. I'm giving you a voice call. Doing it right now. Hey, you there?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Here we go.
Cool. What's your age? I just need to.
I'm 27.
27. All right. What is going on?
Good. I just want to clarify, first of all, that I'm not a Trump supporter. I am a independent voter.
Okay.
So no hate for, hopefully, on that aspect.
Who did I'm just curious, who did you vote for in this past election?
I have not voted in the past 3 elections.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so what is it that you wanted to call about?
Just the trans topic in general. I'm not sure where you'd like to start with that. I guess other than here, I pulled up something real quick. The denial of children not having sex changes. According to the HHS.gov, between 2019 and 2023, nearly 14,000 minors in the U.S. received sex procedures, including hormones, surgeries, and puberty blockers. So, also for those younger, 12 and younger, according to the Harvard E.H. Chin School of Public Health, there's many studies showing chest surgeries as well for ages 15 to 17.
Well, yeah. Hold on though. But what are they for though? Because there are absolutely medical conditions in which girls would get, say, like a breast reduction at an early age because of, say, back issues or something else, right? But that wouldn't be lumped into what you're trying to say as far as trans people.
This had to do with procedures for transgender and gender diverse minors specifically, and I can send the study to you if you'd like.
Yeah, what's the name of the study?
So real quick, hold on, let me grab this Harvard website. I'll send you the screenshot too of it. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna send everything through Discord if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay if I send it through Discord?
Yeah, that's cool. That's actually easier.
So here's the screenshot of it from Google, and then I will pull up the website specifically, HHS and Harvard. Give me just 1 second.
Cool. You didn't message me anything yet, right? Because I don't see anything.
It should have sent. Check not your DMs, but the chat through the call.
Oh, right.
I know they're 2 different ones.
Gotcha.
And then just 1 second with the website source. So.
Okay. All right.
By the way, I hope you are not having intercourse with my father. By the way.
Wait, what? Oh gosh.
You told that to me in chat twice, but I get it. You probably thought I was trolling, but
it could be happening. You never know. All right. So I'm trying to read what you have. Okay. So what is it you're trying to get at with this? Like, what's your overall point?
Just the realization that it is happening, and hospitals are currently being defunded because of this, because they were caught giving surgeries to minors, and people are outraged. So therefore, there's hospitals being defunded by this. People are speaking up about this, and I just wanted to bring it up as a fact because you tried to claim that that wasn't happening, especially in the U.S.
What ages is this? I'm just curious. I see a screenshot that you sent, but I don't see anything else with it.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just.
I just want to, and it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that like I want to make sure, because it seems like it's an AI thing, and I'm not saying all AI is bad stuff. It just says a study found that 3,700 adolescents 12 to 18 received surgical interventions, and I just want to know the details of it. That's all I'm trying to say. I just want to know like why it happened and that type of thing.
Yeah. So I'm trying to bring up articles that specifically point out the ages. I think this one says for ages 15 to 17.
Okay. I do want to. Sorry, I just want to say, still at the end of the day, though, I still think that while the general population can have our opinions, I think that's fine, and we can have the conversations. I think at the end of the day, the medical community, I think they're probably a lot more equipped with this, and there is an ethics board, right? It's not like they can just do whatever they want. Doctors, there is an ethics board that determines whether certain things are necessary or ethical or not, and I think it's just probably best left to them. Yeehaw! I think it's just best left up to them, since again they're better equipped than we are.
Let's just take into consideration how many times the medical board and these people have been wrong. Take lobotomies for an example. We thought that was the cure to schizophrenia or just a lot of other things, and we obviously found out that was a horrible practice, and we stopped after doing it for a couple decades, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm sure, but the medical community, you're right, but it was the medical community that realized that it was something that's not that wasn't ethical and wasn't helpful. Like they figured out.
Of course, and that didn't happen right away, though. It happened over time.
I agree.
So this is kind of almost like the same kind of situation where realizing, and yes, there is a lot of detransitioners who are coming out and speaking up about this.
Percent-wise, though, it's low. Like there is a very low regret rate, but I do want to acknowledge that anybody that did regret it, they are valid too. I don't want to dismiss them. Yeah. If somebody got surgery or hormones or this or that and they regret it, I think they're absolutely valid, and I think they should get the proper care for. And yes, absolutely. But I don't think that should take away from the vast majority of the ones that are happy with what they did. And I think we should just still acknowledge that trans people exist. Gender dysphoria is a thing, and many of these things, as we currently know, based on all the evidence, are helpful in alleviating depression, their self-unaliving rate, and anxiety and substance use. And I think we should do what we currently know is best for them, if needed.
Well, my thing is also is a lot of trans people in general, they've suffered from illnesses such as depression, drug abuse, personality disorder before they even were trans. So a lot of the times the rates don't change when it comes to depression, and that's why even I can bring up this study as well. Even 8 years after surgery with full support around them, they still have suicidal thoughts. my
but
cousin being one of them.
and
Sorry, go
again,
ahead.
but again, I think we have to look at the overall data, the self unaliving rate. And I'm just saying that because of TikTok. Otherwise, I'd use the regular word. The self unaliving rate absolutely does drop, and I have plenty of research to back that up. I mean, if you want to show some sort of research in which it doesn't, I'm happy to take a look. And again, this is on average, right? So of course, there's going to be people, trans people afterwards, that maybe don't have lower rates themselves of these ideations. And again, I think they should get proper care as well. I'm just saying, in general, these things do help, though.
Right, but I would probably not necessarily say it helps for everybody. That's why the rate is still so high. It's at what, 42%? And I understand society and everything like that, but a lot of it also has to do with just still not being affirmed. And there's another thing that I wanted to bring up, because there's something called what do you get? Gender euphoria, when people transition and they're comfortable finally in their body. But euphoria is a feeling, like it's like a chemical reaction in your brain. And once that goes away, that's when the depression comes back. This is what happened to my own cousin, who was trans for 12 years and ended up choosing not to be here anymore, even though everybody around supported her. And she had a full community full of love, never experienced hate, fully transitioned. And she would speak up about these things personally. And also, the fact that a lot of detransitioners are coming out and claiming that they were pressured by therapists to transition, even though they were just confused as a child.
I listen, I understand, but you still have yet to show the citation of the self-unaliving rates being high afterwards.
I can pull that up. Just
Okay,
give me
all
one
right,
second.
I'll pull, because I think your whole argument is sort of contingent upon that.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. It's going to take a second to pull these up.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna share. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead and do what you got to get.
Also, real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to say a 1v1, because earlier I just seen a 3v1. Like, the guy was getting completely teamed up against him. I'm not here to argue. It's 2 a.m. I'm 40 weeks pregnant. I do not want that much stress. I like this 1v1 if we can keep that.
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay, just give me 1 second for the statistics here. I think Williams Institute.org. Okay, so basically, a new study from Williams Institute, UCLA School, finds that 81% of transgender adults in the U.S. have thought about suicide, and 42 of transgender adults, that means those who have already transitioned, have attempted it. So here's this link.
Yeah, but that doesn't show that. I know, but that doesn't show that it isn't lower. Like the study I'm showing right now on screen, I hope people can see it, but it's showing that after receiving gender affirming care, which include puberty blockers and hormones, it was associated with a 60% lower odds of moderate to severe depression and 73% lower odds of them self-unaliving themselves. That's redundant.
So
self-unaliving.
Is this from a source from a like an actual institute, or is this?
Yeah, this is from the JAMA network. This is from the JAMA network.
Okay.
The study. It's on screen. It's on screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. I see also though, but School of Law Williams Institute. So that's another problem that I think really divides both sides. Because like I said, I hate all politicians. I'm not on either side. I'm an independent. But it's just strange how there's so much, depending on what we view and what we search, there's completely different conflicting articles, studies, even from schools, colleges, doctors, peer review, everything. So it's just, that just baffles me on its own, because everywhere I'm looking, it just says in general that even after transitioning, those who are transgender, 42% of transgender adults have attempted
I know, but I'm looking for evidence to show that you're claiming that it doesn't lower afterwards. I am not saying that there aren't trans people who, after they do whatever their transition happens to look like, I'm not saying that there aren't ones that self-unalive. Of course, that's going to happen with anybody. What you're trying to say is that it doesn't help them getting hormones or surgeries, whatever it is that they feel necessary.
Right. So I just don't see any studies that have shown that it goes down. I'm just seeing.
I just showed you one though. It's on screen. It's on screen right now.
Right, but that doesn't conflict with the study that I have here. That those who have already transitioned, which should lower it, have a 42% of self-unaliving.
Wait, what? What was that last thing?
It says even though that they have transitioned, it has not gone down.
What? So right. What is this name of the study? I got to pull it up. What is the name of the study?
I sent it to you in chat. It's UCLA School of Law Williams Institute.
Okay. Let's see.
It's in the call chat, not the personal.
Yeah, Williams Institute. There you go. All right, let's pull it up.
Okay,
Let's see.
I see.
I got it.
Oh, I see one right here. PMC as well. Also, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So the title. Yeah. So the title says more than 4. Go ahead. What are you saying?
It says a drop in suicidal ideation from 73% pre-treatment goes to 43 after initiating gender-affirming care. But don't you think that's still a bit high if it was supposed to be working?
Oh, wait, hold on. Where is this? Is this on what you sent me?
No, this is a new one. PMC.
Okay, all right. I got to take it one at a time. So.
I'm sorry.
All right. So on the one that you sent me, did it show that their self-unaliving rate either stays the same or goes up after any sort of?
The first article I sent you did not, but I just found a second one that shows that it went from 73% down to 43%, which is still very high.
But that's a decrease, though. But that's a decrease. That's a good thing.
It is a good thing, but on the same token, 43%, that's almost a 50-50 chance of still wanting to.
Well, no, that's not what that means. Hold on. A 50% on self-unaliving doesn't mean that just one day they might try it, one day they might not. That's not what that percent means. But that's a huge decrease, though. You should be for that. That should be a good thing.
It is a good thing, but I think that the treatment isn't plausible and accurate if it's only gone down about 30%.
That's a huge fucking percent. And I would argue that the reason why the rate is still kind of high is, again, how society tends to view them. But why wouldn't you be for something that drops it an insane amount? Like, it's almost like you're acknowledging that it drops that, but you still aren't for it. That's wild to me.
Well, it drops it, but not in a rate that it should. A lot of people are happy with their body once they transition, but 43% of people are still not, and then they end up taking their own lives. That's still tragic. That's
so you don't want them to have a low rate. So you're letting perfection become the enemy of good. But then what? So find me a better alternative that lowers it more than that.
Well, we haven't yet. That's the problem.
So why don't we? So great. So let's do the best possible thing that we currently have.
Well, that's the problem. This is not working right.
It dropped 30-something%.
That's not a lot. It dropped less than people are still ending their own lives.
So instead, you want them to kill themselves at a higher rate.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what we are doing right now isn't fully effective. If it's only dropping a little, almost 30%.
That is huge.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
I want to find a way. Because I've lost family from this. Like, I love everybody. Like, I love trans people. I care about them all around the border. But my point is there has to be a better way to treat them.
So let the scientific community find those ways. In the meantime, maybe do the best possible thing that we have.
But this is the thing. We're not trying to find it. We're just pushing.
How do you know the scientific community isn't?
Because we're not. What have
Are you in the scientific community? Are you part of the American Psychological Association who studies these things? Are you part of? So how do you know what they're doing?
Because there's no outcome. What have we done different? We're not seeing it with our own eyes. We're just seeing continuing trying to transition.
What we're doing now is different than what we did 15 years ago. These things weren't even as much of a thing. This is improvement.
Right. And I don't necessarily. Well, honestly, 15 years ago there wasn't as many trans people.
But it's wild. But if we have something now that lowers it as best as we possible could, why not do that thing in the meantime?
Because just like how we thought lobotomies would cure depression or rage, it worked at the time because you scrambled their brains and they couldn't react that way anymore.
You're comparing trans people to having scrambled brains.
No, I'm saying the procedures done are inhumane.
But
there's a lot of detransitioners.
But there's a small percent. But the regret rate is small.
But so is transgenderism. It's less than 1%.
We're not talking. First of all, it's not transgenderism. Again, if the regret rate is like 1%, which it literally is like 1%, you're totally dismissing the 99% that are happy with what they did. Like, why stop that?
About the lines of 80% of children grow out of gender confusion when they're kids.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. To get to being diagnosed with gender dysphoria is very different than somebody who's thinking they're trans. You're not going to get medication because you think you're trans.
Well, gender dysphoria usually is the feeling that you are not in the right body.
Well, no,
puberty blockers and hormones.
No, you don't. That doesn't happen. You have to have insistent, persistent, and consistent symptoms of depression and anxiety, like severe, right? And
which is a lot of trans people. That's why they end their lives.
But you don't want them to have. But you don't want them to have the thing that helps them because it's not perfect.
Well, it's not that I don't want them to have it. I'm just saying there has to be a better way.
So let them look for that. So let them look for that while right now they do something that makes them feel better.
I just don't think 42%.
Okay, so in the meantime, in the meantime, let's let them kill themselves more. Cool.
No, let's stop what we're doing.
Which would lead to them kill themselves more. You've already acknowledged that what we're doing now lowers it by 30-something%. So in the meantime, let's do nothing. Have trans people kill themselves at a higher percent until maybe we find something better. That's your solution?
No, I think the solution is actually trying to find something that works instead of
do that while we're doing what we have now.
I don't think what we have now is working.
But we're going in circles. It drops it by 30-something%, as you said. Clearly, it's working.
But it's again.
I know it's not enough. It's not enough. Therefore, let's not have it and have them kill themselves more.
No, not at all. I don't want
this conversation keeps going in circles. All right, hold on.
There's no
Jess, you can go. Because you don't. You just. I don't think you want to concede. Hey, Jess.
Okay, so as a transgender person who also was a medical professional, you understand that we don't have a cure for cancer, yes?
I understand, but I have to have a trans person here because I can't speak to the experience of being trans. We're not trying to team up on you. Chess is just sharing their experience. No one's trying to team up you. We're not going to team up you. I'm not going to bring anybody else up. We're not teaming up on you. And Jess, do you go by, what are your pronouns? I'm sorry.
She and her.
She, her. Okay. So she's just sharing her experience. Okay. We're not going to team up on you. All right.
So, one, we don't have a cure for cancer, but we treat cancer. We don't just stop treating cancer because it's not an all-out cure. That it's literally a medical condition, and we can't stop it from happening. All we can do is try and stop it as best as we can and treat the symptoms as much as possible. It is very similar in that it can cause unaliving. Now, don't get me wrong, cancer is freaking awful. I've lost several family members to it, and I've lost several friends to self unaliving. So I can speak very firmly on both topics. And as a trans person who is getting gender affirming care, although my gender affirming care was cut drastically because of current political climates. My quality of life has gotten significantly better. Now, moving on from that, CPR literally has a less than 3% success rate as of when I got my classes in how to do CPR. And it gets mildly better if you use a defibrillator or an AED. If you don't use those, the person just isn't going to come back up. So should we just stop because there's less than a 3% success rate? Or should we try and save as many lives as possible?
That was a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So I think a lot of mental intervention is different from physical. First of all, that's why we're not bringing up the liposuction argument, which I'm the one that pushed that. First of all, but no, I think you're right on the cancer part. Chemotherapy a lot of the time doesn't work. I lost my grandpa to cancer because right when he was on chemo, it killed him instantly. And
I've lost several family members.
And again, I've lost family who were trans because they transitioned and they still felt like they did not want to be in their body anymore, even after the transitioning. Medical complications that came along with it. And it's still something that plagued their mind completely. Like they knew still deep down that they weren't fully a woman when they felt like they were in their head. So I just feel like it's a different comparison with what you're saying about the CPR aspect. So I don't like to compare the two. But yeah, on the aspect of the gender dysphoria, and I don't want to contradict myself because yes, I still think that we should be doing what we're doing to take care of that 30%. But I just want to be an advocate for this isn't something that is getting us closer to the goal because statistics have not changed yet. The rates are still very high. 42% is still tragic. It should be lowered. And so I want to push for a different method that would work. And I feel like there's more acceptance now than ever with the trans community. And every way there's safe spaces and everybody is so loving and welcoming. And I've experienced that through my cousin who I've lost from this. And it just baffled me when we thought that transitioning would help her. And it did for a little bit, but then slowly over time, I think it was about 8 years, and she ended up just choosing not to be here anymore. And it's tragic. And she's a part of that 42% statistic. And I just think that's just way too high. And I just wish that we could, not continue to, I don't know how else to explain it. I just want there to be a more intense medical dive into the reasons why it's still 42% and just get it lowered. I don't want to stop people, especially 18 plus, do what they want with their bodies. Obviously, children, that's a bit different, but I just don't feel like that 42% is productive. We've been at this 42% for a long time, and I haven't seen any lowering since, and it's tragic. No one deserves that.
No, and I agree. Can I ask, a very vague question of, do you live in a red or a blue state? Not asking for
I'm in a blue
specifics
state.
at all. Okay.
It's
Then
kind
that
of explains
explains.
since the election.
Okay. That explains the feeling that there's love for trans people. Because in blue states, there is a lot more love for trans people. I'm in a deep red state. I'm in Oklahoma.
Texas or Florida.
What? Oklahoma, yeah. Go figure, we're also the
Oklahoma.
last place in education.
Yeah.
And as soon as political climate changed, my workplace took a security camera off of thousands of dollars worth of equipment and put it directly on my station, and then tried to throw me under the bus for every single mistake that was ever done in the shop, regardless of whether or not I ever touched it. When they finally caught me messing something up, because I'm human, they made up a whole bunch of write-ups and then fired me.
Yeah, I would be
I
doing,
didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, but I live in Oklahoma. It's a very red and very much a work at will, hire at will state. There are very little protections for people like me.
Is Oklahoma fire at will state?
Yes.
I know
Yeah,
where I
everything in Oklahoma is set up to be the best possible for the corporations.
That's where it is at my state.
Which
as
is
well.
garbage.
That's very unfortunate. Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened to you, because there is a lot of discrimination. And I literally, I completely understand that. I see it online. I see it, so much on the red side, just the hatred. And it's just because they don't understand. They don't understand. It's not, like, I understand there's a difference between real gender dysphoria and then the way that Republicans hate those, like, if you know what autogynephilia is, which is men who get aroused by dressing up or pretending to be women. There's like two different things. Gender dysphoria people really suffer with anxiety, depression, and self-hatred, self-image issues, and that really gets to them in their head, and it's tragic.
Yes. I deal with that on a daily basis.
Right, and also real quick, Dougie, what really ticked me off was that one girl who just kept yapping all the time. But I just wanted to bring up, I know there's a new DSM, but DSM-5, which I can show you as well, does have gender dysphoria listed.
Okay.
As a,
Yeah, we've spoken about that before.
Yes. And the reasoning behind that.
No, go ahead.
Well, because people try to take that and go, see, it's an illness, it's this and that, and then it's this horrible thing. It has to be classified as, it has to be something that can be diagnosed in order for insurance to pay for gender affirming care.
Right. And it is a dysphoria. You feel distress, you feel anxiety, and even with any other dysphoria like body dysphoria, like if someone, not specifically anorexia, but just in general, someone who, has anxiety from their body. Like there's a lot of different types of dysphoria. I think there was also a type of dysphoria where people felt like they should be handicapped, so they literally amputate themselves. There's a lot of types of dysphoria, and that is, I genuinely think that is a real, not mental illness, but it's something that should be diagnosed.
So, and to the best of my knowledge, nobody in the trans community is claiming people who are trying to be trans species, transracial, or transabled. Because those are different from gender identity, and those are different from really all of that.
I don't think having body dysmorphia or those who want to dismember themselves, I don't think that's a gender. I think that's
right.
Separate cause.
Yeah, so like I'm not sitting here going.
Sorry, my phone went off.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, it is getting a little
okay,
late though. It is 2 a.m. by me, and I probably
I'm
need to
so
get.
sorry.
No, you're good. If you guys have anything else to say, you can. I'm just saying that I do need to wrap this up pretty shortly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
All
one
I
more
would-
point I'd like to make, just
Okay.
what I hear all the time. Last little thing, because I'd love to come on another day too. Gender dysphoria usually is treated with hormones and all that, but a lot of people take it a step further and they get the reassignment surgery. But what you're reassigning is not your gender, you're reassigning sex, which is changing of sex, your organs. You're literally changing it into a vagina or penis, and that has nothing to do with gender because gender is a social construct, not a physical construct. So how are they not what we would call synonyms of each other? Not the same thing, but what a synonym is, if you know what that is.
Well, because a little boy is different than a grown man. If you try and define the word man, or the word woman for that matter, it is an adult male or an adult female. However, depending on what country you're in, or depending on what state you're in some ways, the definition of adult is different. So it is already a social construct. So in order to define the word, you're using a social construct.
Well, I would say male versus female, not, male is your biological construct, not social. Like when you're assigned, what you're assigned at birth, basically, male or female, depending on your, and I know there's different types, chromosomes, which usually XXY, all the in-betweens, those are usually actually genetic disorders like Down syndrome and all that, which we can get,
or intersex,
that we can get onto. Yeah, which is a lot of the times, intersex, you don't have two parts that both reproduce. A lot of the times people who are born with both parts, one of them does not work. And again, a lot of the times people who have XXY chromosomes is a genetic disorder. It's a mutation. And a lot of the times it has something to do with, like Down syndrome is a genetic mutation of the chromosomes. But not going into that so deep because I know he has to get off soon. So back to the point of the synonyms of sex and gender not being the same thing, but they are intertwined. They're synonyms, not definitionally the same, but synonym. Because what you are assigned at birth, male or female, and you don't feel comfortable in that body socially, or your gender identity, which is gender identity, you want to change that. And a lot of people don't, but a lot of people do get the sex change. So I see that there's not, they're not the same thing, but there is a correlation between the two. They're intertwined somehow.
Well, yeah, because the definition of the word literally has the word male or female in it. Of course, they're intertwined. But that doesn't mean that they have to function specifically within each other.
Yeah, I think most people agree that gender and sex are intertwined. I've never spoke with someone that would say otherwise. They're definitely intertwined. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I have so much, because when I speak out about these things, a lot of people just automatically assume that I'm a Republican, conservative, like just completely red. Like, yes, I have conservative values because I'm Catholic, but I have talked to so many people like within the debate realm that they say they're completely separate they have no connection towards each other whatsoever. So I just wanted to come to middle grounds and at least agree on that.
I would like to see who says that, because I mean I'm not saying you're lying or anything. I've spoken with a lot of trans people. I've been sort of around the space for a while. I haven't seen anybody that says sex and gender have nothing to do with each other. Like I'd be interested. I'd be interested in knowing who actually says that. To be honest.
Next time I'm on because I'm on different Discord channels for debates like this, I will literally bring them in because they will die on that hill of sex and gender have nothing to do with each other. They're completely different things.
Okay.
And there is a synonym intertwining between the two.
Okay.
And let's end that on an agreement point, because I know you got to get off, and this was a great conversation. Thank you so much for letting me call in. I can't wait for your next live stream.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you talking. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and, I guess, hang up on the phone. But, yeah, thanks for talking, okay?
Yeah, have a great night, guys.
All right. All right. I appreciate you coming on up as well. Sorry, I didn't know if you were waiting for a while. But anything else you wanted to say, Jess? Okay. Anything else you wanted to say, Jess?
I would just say, like, yes, they are intertwined, but seeing as one is a social construct and one is a genetic thing, they don't have to stay intertwined. They can be untwined, but yes, initially they are.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That's it. That's all I got on it.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm about to go to bed too.
Yeah. All right, Jess. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on up. Hope you have a good night, okay?
Yeah, thanks. You have a good night too.
All right. Yeah, guys, if you enjoyed live on TikTok, click the follow button. We got 17 new followers this live. Great to see. So let's see if we can get that to 20. I bet you there's 3 more people that were watching this live that don't follow me. Click the red follow button. Even if you don't want to watch me, just click it anyways. It's not going to hurt you. I did think it was wild with that. Number one, I didn't think that. I wasn't expecting that caller to be a woman, by the way. I mean, most quote-unquote trolls on YouTube or whatever are men. I was really surprised by that. Secondly, I just find it wild that when I was talking to her that she said a 30-something% drop in them self-unaliving is not enough. And therefore, we shouldn't be doing what we're doing now. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. I really don't. But anyways, guys, everybody that watched me on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button if you enjoyed it. I just started streaming over here on YouTube, so trying to see how these things go and all that. I do like streaming on YouTube. It is definitely different than TikTok. Totally different crowd of people, but I don't know. I enjoy it. People on YouTube, let me know if there's anything else that you think I could do that would be helpful for the streams in general on YouTube. Again, I'm new to it. I've been doing it on TikTok for a while, so that's a little different. I got my followers there, but yeah, if you enjoyed watching it on YouTube, just, let me know. Please do join Discord. Discord, the link to that is in my bio of TikTok. If it allows me here, I'll just put it over here as well. That way you guys can join that. But what else do I got? I don't think I have anything else. I should be live at some point tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. Hit the subscribe button, and that's about it. All right, YouTubers, take care. TikTok, am I still there? Or do I need to end that? Yeah, I need to end it. Shit. You join.